identification.
Let's go.
Good morning. Just joking. Hello, everybody.
Like me. Good morning.
It seems like it. I just woke up a couple hours ago, even though I've been going all day.
Why
I haven't even got outside to do anything yet today.
Well, I don't know about up there where you at, but down here it's been one beautiful day. It's about 80 some degrees here.
It rained probably from 9 o'clock to 1. And I think it's raining out there now, or sprinkler, and they're getting ready to start to. But it's been windy. That's about it. It's 72 degrees.
Well, right now it's 82 degrees, and for the next 7 days it's supposed to rain. They call for chances of rain for the next 7 days.
Yeah, that's what we had last week. The river finally. Well, I should say they closed the dam up a little bit so that the water would go down on the river, because we're in between two dams. So if it gets real rainy, this area floods a lot. There's a road that goes down to Zanesville, and if we get 3 days of rain, it floods over top of the road.
Now I got a question, an important question for you. What happens if that dam busts?
Well, it's happened before, and that was the early 1900s when the whole town flooded. But again, I'm up on a hill, so if it makes it up here, which it didn't last time, and it was at that time it was the worst in Ohio's history of a flood, because it was like the Roscoe. It was 13 feet over the tallest building.
Good
That's
God.
how deep it was.
Well, now I know up here in the mountains, our last flood was the worst one that's ever been recorded. And before that, I think they said, God knows, I wish I remember dates good. I think they said the worst one was in 1909, somewhere like that. Now, don't quote me on that, but it got up to 20 some feet above flood level. The last one, it way up there. I mean, about 30 some feet like that. So, but then again, I thought our last flood, I thought that was the first time it ever happened. But come think about it, after looking at some YouTubes and stuff like that, that's the third time it's happened.
Oh yeah, there's a long time in history to only happen one time.
Yeah, really.
That's what they say. The Earth and the solar system and the whole shebang is on a cycle. So stuff that happens, a windy year could happen every 4 to 8 years. You don't know.
Well, if you notice, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying it's hard to say.
Well, if you noticed, back when we were coming up, 100-year floodplain. I mean, you may see it one time and never see it again. But
Yeah.
here in the last, what, 20, 30 years, it seems like we're having 100-year flood about every 5, 10 years.
Well, see, that's the thing. You don't know 500-600 years ago that was a thing that happened because you know, the Indians wrote on walls and stuff. You don't know if it happened because who was around to document it and stuff.
And besides that, who's to say it didn't get washed off in a flood?
Yeah. And what they can go back and look at, you know, rocks and this and that and say, oh, there was a flood. You know, people trying to disprove the 40 days of rain
Mm-hmm.
in the Bible. Oh, that no, couldn't happen. But they've proven it by, you know, the rocks and stuff. I don't know,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
scientisty stuff.
now they had said, what was it, before the flood, it never rained from the sky until after the flood.
Well, there was no since all the water came from someplace, you know, that extra water has to go somewhere, so it evaporated in the sky. And that's what made your clouds and stuff.
Yeah. But come on,
And it was a probably at that time it was a big mass of earth. You know, it hadn't split apart yet, or I don't know. I don't know when in the Bible the continents split and everything like that.
you know, that's kind of weird to think about. It was one continent back then.
Yeah.
One. Everything else, I mean, to the south or north or wherever it wasn't nothing but water.
Mm-hmm. But kind of what we want to go over, like a little scenario this week, would be chemical or, well, it could be radiation too, for that matter. Chemical biology. I can't even say it.
Biology.
Yeah. Or chemical, or it could be you know, a virus of some sort. You know, that those things happen.
Well,
And that's the thing. That would be a situation if happen in your town or in your present location. What would you do? You know, there's a scenario you want to stay in, you want to bug in, as they say. You want to stay in your home because you know everything there and you know all of your stuff's there and stuff. But what if it's chemical? You know, we've had a train derailment not too long ago. There was people that had to leave their home. There's people that never went back to their homes that live in that area. So in that case, now again, sometimes it's very hard to believe in officials when they say it's time to go, you have to leave. You know, there's been a train derailment and harmful chemicals are coming your way. What do? You know, how do you confirm it? Do you look in the sky and see chemicals coming your way? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Like you could see the smoke from the fires, but that chemical sometimes is invisible. So you kind of have to rely on what the officials say, or the government, or the state people, or whoever's telling you. If that was the case, what would you do?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, 90% of the people, if it's the government saying it, they're not gonna believe them.
Yeah, especially if it's a certain
Group and stuff.
$750 agency.
Yeah,
Everybody knows
we
who that
just
is.
we just call them the 750 agency.
Yeah.
But I mean, there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Some of the places up there still got chemical readings. Am I correct with that?
Oh yeah.
How
Yeah.
come the 750 agency hasn't gone in and cleaned it up? For the simple fact is, I think they want that area for a bigger plant.
It's hard to say. You know, um, and I talked about this whenever it had happened. The the location of that area, so many rivers or streams converged through that area. It's it's like a perfect scenario thing, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Matter of fact, I believe that was one of your very first videos that you've done. You talked about that.
oh, it wasn't the first one, but I did talk about the location and everything, and um, I went through so many, and it could help, it could not help, but you never know. I I had my heat going, and I changed once a week. I changed out that filter. I don't know if it would have done any good or it did any good, um, because you have government officials saying, "Oh, if you live in this area, you should be fine."
Should be.
I love how they always put that. You should be fine. They won't
Right.
guarantee anything, and that's the thing is you hear about something happening and it's real close to you. Um, are we going to be fine? You call, you call up the local sheriff or whoever you call up, and they'll say, "Oh, you should be fine."
Well, what
Will we
what
be
gets
fine or
me
not? You should be fine.
what gets me is be straight up truthful about it.
Yeah,
If you ain't for sure, tell me I'm not sure. You know, or if a area is going to be safe, say yeah, but don't do it like that. I
yeah,
mean, I know you covering your backside and everything, but still,
yeah. That's the whole thing. They don't want to be liable for a lawsuit if, whoops, the wind changed,
yeah,
and sometimes that's all it takes. It's just wind changing. That's that because that's what kind of irritated me about looking at these outbreaks and recalls and stuff. When our government goes and investigate, they don't release any information until well beyond months, sometimes years after. And all that time period, there's people getting sick or worse. And it's all to protect that agency. If we come out and say this is bad, then if it's not, the company's going to sue us because we said it was bad.
hmm
So it's everybody's trying to protect their own hide when they should be thinking of the people. And I understand, um, not getting on the PA or something, the national warning thing. Oh my God, get out of here. You're going to die. Everybody freak out. And there'd be so many wrecks and traffic jams and people getting ran over and all kinds of stuff. Because, there's always those people that don't take stress right. They'll freak out and somebody passes. Well, sorry, 101. Somebody passes them and they have to whoosh ahead of them. But we've all seen those types of people in movies and everything,
Well, every generation you get some type of Karens or Kens, like who just want to argue and fuss about any little thing.
Now, I got one question before you. We're at the age where sometimes the Kens are Karens.
Not in my book. Period. Let's leave it at that.
So what would you call those ones? Want to be Karens?
How many strikes did you have against you? But you see, they cannot email me because they don't have my email address. It would be your email that you would get the flat. But again,
does that make 101 a Ken or a Karen?
But he's so short, you overlook him half the time, you still couldn't tell. What is he in chat?
I haven't seen him pop up yet, so
he's probably laid back listening to us.
Yeah.
But it ain't that I want to stay neutral, because I'll put it like this. In this situation, I'm with Trump. Okay. You either are or you ain't. There will not be no in between.
Well, I don't care what you call yourself as long as you don't force me to call you whatever you want to be called.
Okay.
If you want to go and dress like a woman, fine. Just I don't want to see it.
Just don't.
I don't want to see you on my girls' basketball team.
Oh, hell.
Playing on the team. That I don't agree with.
I'll go as far as saying this right here, and I'll probably regret it somewhere down the road. But if you are a male dressed like a female, going into the restroom with one of my daughters, granddaughters, or my wife, I will proudly go to jail.
You will be removed.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, there he is.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. But
look,
yeah.
All Grace has to do is paging 101, and he popped up.
Hey, he sure did, didn't he? Wait a minute, hold on. When you say popped up, does that mean he stood up?
Well, it depends if he has his stepping stool with him.
Okay. Oh, hey, 101, what's up?
But back to the say it is chemical. What would you do, and where would you go?
I would have to sit there, think about which way it is blowing, how bad it is, because I may be running into it. It may
Uh-huh.
already be where I'm at when I hear. So yeah, I've done lost that battle regardless, you know, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I live in a house that's 100 years old. It damn sure is not chemical proof
Yeah,
at all.
you're not plugging up all them holes.
I don't think they make enough duct tape and plastic for me to do that. But one on one, I'm gonna say something right now with that comment. No, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. Damn, I could say something with that one. But get back to the question. It depends. I'd have to see what's going on.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hit you with a couple scenarios here. Say it's a train derailment, and it's east of you, and it's daytime. You can go outside and look at where it's at and which way it's coming, and it's headed for your house. Um, and you got like 15 minutes to get up out of there and try to outrun this thing.
Well, I've got all my shit together. It take me about 5 minutes to pack a vehicle. I've got two vehicles in mind, but I would take one, and that would be the fastest one I have.
Yeah,
If it is east of me, moving my way, that means I would be west of it. Very seldom does the wind blow from east to west. Normally, it's always west to east.
yeah.
So I would probably go about 50 miles from where I'm at and anchor down there for a little while, you know.
Okay. The next scenario, same thing, but it happens at night with no full moon.
I'm dead.
You don't know which way it's coming or where it's at. So they're telling you to get out. But again, usually they're going to tell you it's so and so, and the prevailing winds are blowing your direction. So get out of there.
One thing you got to know how fast the winds are blowing
Mm,
because that's going to tell you how many minutes you got
yeah,
and where it's at. You may not have time to get your stuff together. The only the only thing you might be able to do is grab your billfold, wallet, and car keys. That's it. And if you were like me, my bank card is in my wallet. Okay. Eh, that's going to be a rough one right there.
yeah.
But normally when I go to bed at night, a lot of times I shut my bedroom door. That means I cannot hear the doorbell. I cannot hear an emergency alarm. So the chances are I'm dead. Come on, I'm 64 years old. I've done led a good life. You know, that's it.
That that same scenario happened not too far from me. Matter of fact, this year makes the 20th year anniversary on January the 6th, 2005, at approximately 2:30 a.m. in Graniteville, South Carolina. You had a train that was carrying. I can't say what it was carrying. I don't think I could say that word. But anyway, it got diverted and it wrecked into a parked locomotive, and that whole town in Carolina had to be evacuated. They had like sirens and stuff in place for like stuff like that, but allegedly they didn't work. Like I said, it's in the middle of the night. People's waking up, hearing booms and stuff, getting calls. I mean, when you're wide awake and something happens, it's one thing, but when you're in the middle of the night and you get slapped in the face, I mean, it throws you for a loop, even if you're playing, you're disorientated, you don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, look at it like this. I read something probably about an hour before Bushcraft went live. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but
Can't forget that underwear.
But read Jeremiah 33:3. That will explain a lot. And why that was revealed to me today, I couldn't tell you.
And Grace was talking about radiation. That's a whole new. There's no such thing as the wind thing, and that because the radiation can spread in all directions. Wind has a lot to do with it, but if it's a meltdown, it's
it's going to naturally spread out.
Yeah, and the thing is, know where that's at. if you have a power plant, know where those are at, because if it comes over the radio that so-and-so power plant is imploding or it's melting down or something, whatever the case may be, do you know which direction to go away from that place? Because if you don't know where it's at, how you may be driving to it.
Well,
so it's good to know where your power plants are. I don't have any around here. We're still using coal.
I got one about 50 miles from the house.
Yeah, and that's and usually when the first part of the meltdown starts, they say that it's 50-mile range right off the bat.
I hate to say it, but that's always been one of my worst fears living in the area. If there was a fear, was something like that, because I have two of them. One on this side of Georgia, Plant Vogel, and then one directly across the Savannah River in Beach Island, South Carolina, which is Savannah River site. And both of those are within 50 miles.
And me and Jeff were talking about right before that, tornadoes. Has a tornado ever hit a nuclear power plant or whatnot? And it has. One actually in 98 here in Ohio. I was living here then. I still don't remember it. That might have been the time that the power was off for 2 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we were talking about if an F5 hit. The biggest one that ever hit a power plant was an F4. And it shut it down, and they had to have repairs and whatnot. But they've never had a meltdown or anything because of a tornado. And they what was tornado missiles is what they called it.
What is it? What does that term mean? Or
debris.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was like.
Shrapnel and stuff like that.
What's a tornado missile? Is it a new missile or something?
It's top secret.
And they just call it, debris and stuff. And they say it's tornado missile proof. The outer silo or whatever it's called. Yeah.
We when I was
Robert Bates, I was just telling Robert that I'm tone deaf. There is certain tones I cannot hear.
Well,
Leave it alone,
lucky
Bushcraft.
Dixie's got good ears since she can hear you in another room talking about her.
my granddaddy
Yeah,
was like
now
that.
I'm
He
over
could hear
here.
everything, but he couldn't hear my grandma's tone for some reason. He could hear the Braves game, but once my grandma's tone kicked in, huh? You say something, honey?
Yeah, that's me. I'm tone deaf. There's just certain tones I cannot hear.
I remember when I was in the Carpenters Union, I worked out at Savannah River site for several years. And the area we were in, basically they had to make the walls, like you said, so thick so they could withstand direct attacks, natural disasters, stuff like that. If it was an attack, the walls were supposed to be, it took so long to get through. So nobody would get through that outer wall before, a defense could get there to stop them.
Yeah.
But yeah, those walls were thick. I mean, I couldn't tell you how thick they were. Multiple layers of walls before you even get an actual facility.
Yeah. That's why they, in California, they built walls and they're transformers, or there's a box there that controls everything. I forget what it's called. But it's basically bulletproof now. They actually put bulletproof fibers and plates and everything within it, to where if somebody tried to do that again, they couldn't do it because it wouldn't get to the glass part of it.
Yeah.
It makes you think, though, don't it?
Yeah.
That's a crying shame that you got to go through something in order to find out where his weak point is.
Well,
So
that's been the beginning of time thing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you remember after the 9/11 thing, you could go up and open the door and say hi to the pilot. You'd get in trouble, but you could do that.
Yeah.
Now there's a code. Even the lady, the stewardess lady, they're not allowed to open the door. It only opens from the inside. So
now, does it stay bolted the whole time?
He bolted. He spoke of bolted and he bolted out of the
bolted. He's
screen.
gone.
Man, like a plane. Yeah.
Bushcraft, you know you got knocked off the air, don't you?
No, that was you. As soon as you said bolted, you were gone.
You can't say the B word, man.
Bolted. Damn, boy.
I don't know the protocol in that, but it seems like it would stay locked, while they're in flight.
Now there's an emergency something or another, but no flight attendants or anybody in the back has the key, but there is supposed to be a key. I don't know if it's from like somebody when they land or something. I don't know, but there's supposed to be a key that unlocks the door, but nobody in the cabin has it except for the pilot and stuff can open and close the door from the inside.
Okay. Well, would the marshal,
as far as I know,
would the marshal on the plane have it? To your knowledge?
Well, that's the thing. They don't normally have marshals on every plane. It's a random thing because they only have so many.
Yeah.
If I'm sure, before you get on a, I hope there's nobody flying anytime soon. We're sitting there talking about planes now, but I'm sure they go through all the people who are on the plane and say, "Ooh, let's add a marshal in this," because they're somebody with an odd name, or they do a background check on somebody, or hey, this passport photo looks a little wonky. It's hard to say what they determine to put a marshal on a plane, other than transporting a criminal or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't see us getting on Con Air anytime soon.
I don't see me getting on any time.
Well, if somebody gave me a free trip to Japan, that'd be the only way I would, because my son was going to pay for me to go to Germany, but during that time I had to get a shot to go into Germany. I said no, and he understood. He understood why. Just because I didn't feel comfortable injecting something that killed animals and it passed human trials, but we won't talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like this. If I have to take a plane or a ship to get to some other land, guess what? I'm not going.
Oh, I'd love to go to Japan.
Yeah.
I'd love to. What is it? I'd love to go to Ireland. That's one place I've always wanted to go, but maybe in another lifetime.
Ride a boat. Just take you a little longer.
Hey, like I said, if I got to fly or take a ship, my ass is not going. Because with my luck, I could end up on Titanic 2 or another airplane.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't swim and I can't fly.
I've flown before, but I mean, it's like once you hear something, I mean, you might not think about it directly, but I mean, no matter what, something it's in the back of your mind regardless,
Oh yeah.
You try not
to. I stand corrected. Rosie O'Donnell is supposedly in Ireland.
Yeah.
I won't be going.
Yeah, not going there.
I thought that's why you were going.
What's your address, What?
Yeah, Jeff wants to ask her for tickets to the View.
I have dinner waiting on you when you get
here. I want to ask her about Tom Selleck. When are they going to get married?
Oh, that's funny. And we think of a lot of these different scenarios and situations, but a lot of them stay the same. But some people wouldn't have to prepare for stuff that other people would have to prepare for.
Yeah.
If you're not around a power plant, you don't really have to think about it. Or certain scenarios like that. There's generic ones that everybody does. Because no matter what, if it hits the fan, you're going to be around some crazy folks. I don't care where you're at. That's going to happen. People's going to lose their cool.
And it doesn't have to be, the government's taking over, or
No.
The normal things that everybody thinks of when they're saying shift is happening type thing.
Amen, Bonnie.
It could be, you live in Florida and it's another hurricane.
Tsunami.
But most of those people, I'm sure she's used to it. Hurricane? It's Tuesday.
What category is this hurricane?
As long as it doesn't
No.
mess up my garden, I'll be fine.
Dude, that's how I
As
thought.
long as it don't mess up our
Yeah.
hair do.
If it messes up my tomatoes, it's gonna be hell to pay.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the worst things I think is those nighttime tornadoes,
Oh
where
man.
that's one of the worst things I think of is something that you can't see is coming. You can hear
Mhm.
it and it's roaring somewhere, but you can't see it, and then
It's
there
there.
goes your house flying above your head and stuff.
Or a nighttime hurricane.
Yeah. Well, hurricanes, they're coming because
Yep.
it's like a week long thing.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
coming. But our tornado, it's like just a
Spontaneous.
normal day, and then boom.
Yeah.
Those things are wicked.
Normally, when a tornado arises, it's from a feeder band, biggest part of the time. But it's a possibility you could get straight line winds. That's almost as bad as a tornado.
Yeah.
Just been watching Ryan Hall.
But
I just hope and pray we don't have nothing like we got last year, another Helena. Man.
Yeah, I think we deserve a year off of all that stuff, even though we're already talking record high already for tornadoes.
Look at it like this. The way our weather has been in the last few years, we've got storms in our forecast for the next 7 days. Who's to say one of these storms won't become severe? I mean, how many people are truly prepared right now for tornadoes?
Well, and that all depends,
I ain't talking about groups like us. I'm talking
No,
about
I'm just saying, even somebody that has a storm shelter and everything, because Oklahoma and
right.
Texas and Arkansas, those Alabama, they have little areas where they run out the house and get in their tornado shelter.
Yeah.
Now, there's some people that don't make it to that tornado shelter. It's that fast, and you can't prepare for that. There's no way of preparing for that unless you sleep in that shelter all the time.
And then there are some people, oh, it ain't coming this way. Next thing you know, bam, there it is. You hear of a possible storm coming your way or something like that. Me, come on, Dixie. We're going to the shelter tonight. Well, that's where we stay. If it's here when we come out, fine. If it's not, we'll be here. We can rebuild.
What about a metal shipping container? You think that would be sufficient if it was just above ground? No,
unless it's anchored to the ground, well anchored. Because
how deep does that anchor need to be?
Well, it depends on the tornado. If it's a F5,
I don't think
enjoy your ride, because in Oklahoma there was somebody that had had a shipping container for a house. They built it into a house and everything, and luckily they weren't in it, but they found it miles down the road. Totally destroyed and almost ripped in two.
Man,
So
I got one. That's why I asked.
yeah, you have to. Most of the time, what they do is bury them.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole thing. If there's something above the ground, it's going to grab that and take it. Well, again, when they say tornadoes, most of the time it's not like when people die from a tornado. It's not they get sucked up and thrown thousands of feet in the air. They get hit with something.
Yeah.
And that's the scary part is when you hear something coming and then you hear it hitting. Like when I was in Oklahoma City, a tornado in a parking lot. I thought it was cool as heck because it was spinning the car around, but the aftermath of it, when it stopped, you could see all the shopping carts and other cars piled up in almost like a circle. And those people were in them cars and stuff. They didn't think it was fun. Everybody come running out of the store, and there was an old Ford station wagon sitting in the center of the parking lot, and all the other cars were pushed out. And that wasn't a very big tornado. It was just, a little funnel cloud to me. I've seen those big ones to where you can't even see. It looks like it's just a big circle cloud just moving across the ground. And then you see trucks and cows and all kinds of other things floating within it.
Well, now, let me say this right here. Me and Bushcraft, we talked about this before he went live. If you get I don't even know what you call them, a tin container, okay, and you bury it under the ground, do some preparation because you're going to have tons of dirt over top of you and on the side of you. Mm-hmm. People who put them underground, it has caved in from the dirt.
Oh, yeah.
So you've got to know how to reinforce the tin box in order to be safe.
Well, my grandpa's it wasn't a storm shelter because I don't remember us even ever getting in it, other than getting potatoes and carrots and stuff. But it was, I mean, it could have been meant for that too, but I never heard of anybody getting in it or anything like that. But he had it built up, and on the sides of that he had the logs, and then beside the logs he had rocks going out in an angle like this. So when the weight came down, it was pushing on those rocks and everything instead of pushing inward. And at the top, he had the logs all the way across, and he had spikes down in. So when the weight came down on it, wasn't pushing those walls in, especially the entrance, because you have a hole right there, and normally that's where the first cave in would be, where the entrance is.
Weakest spot, yeah.
Yeah. And as long as I was there, and he actually had drains in that, because when it rained, you would get water in the bottom of it, but it wasn't made of cement or anything like that. So he had a ditch that went out to the back of the cellar. I don't know where it went to, but that's where the water went.
Well, see, if I ever get rich enough to where I can build something like that, I will have two entrances to that place.
Yeah.
Because you never know. One of them entrances could be blocked.
Yeah. Well, these
Yeah.
these shelters, these doomsday shelter things that rich people have. A lot of
Yeah.
times they'll have the entrance, and then they'll have a secret exit in the back
Right.
to where there's people that hook up flamethrowers at the door and all kinds of stuff. But if somebody's trying to get in, you don't want to open the door and then try to fight them off right there.
No.
You pop out in the back and and see what you're dealing with and stuff. Like if it's really bad, you get your
Run.
family and get out and go and let them start banging on that door for 20 minutes while you're gone.
Yeah. I agree with you there.
My granddaddy, this guy's probably long gone now, but my granddaddy, good friend of him, his name was Charlie, and he bought this was probably 30 years ago. I was real young, but he had bought this house. I don't know, probably in the 70s or the 80s, but the people who originally bought it built a bunker in the backyard during the what was it, the Cold War times,
Oh yeah.
And yeah, this was like 30 years ago. I was a kid, but he went through the whole process and allegedly like retrofitted it and brought it up to standards or whatever you call it. But yeah, I always wondered. I ain't been over there in years, but I always wondered. I said, "Dang, I wonder if that thing's still there." You know?
Yeah. There was a lot of those being made during the Cuban missile thing.
Yeah. Hmm.
I
Now,
mean,
wasn't it in Australia? A guy had built a bunker up underneath his house.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
The only way he got caught is he advertised it.
man,
I
not a
mean,
smart thing to do.
no, how stupid can one person be? If you
Yeah.
build a bunker, that's the last thing you want to do.
Well, look at the people on Doomsday Prepper. Like, come on, look at and they would show how to get in. And if there's somebody in the front here, I can go out this door and they never know I was over here. And I'm like, you just showed everybody.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or like, well, yeah, when it hits the fan, the people that's installing them, they know where they're all at.
yeah.
Not saying they
Contractors.
would do that.
Oh,
but,
you have to sign a paper saying you won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, I won't tell a soul.
Look, yeah, it's going to be like this. Like I said, if I get rich enough to have one done, I'm not having somebody local come here and build it. They're going to be at least 3+ states away. So if something does happen, they ain't coming back.
I know a guy that knows a guy.
Well, I was just going to say what you have to wire up lighting in somebody's walk-in safe and they have a bunch of pews and stuff.
Yeah.
Something happens, you're thinking, oh, I know somebody that I did work for that had those things and I could use those right now.
Yeah.
That's going to be
Like
the
I
first thing
said.
you think about. And that's the same thing with like food. It could be, somebody building shelves for a homesteader or something that stores all their canned goods, and you
Yeah.
see all the rows of canned foods they have. And something happens and you're starving to death. You're going to think of all that food.
Well, for one thing, I don't know. Maybe I know I'm a little different, but the only people
Special. You're a little special.
yeah, no, I ain't gonna go that far. But the only people I'm letting in there is going to be people that, let's say, I truly trust. Okay. Now, I can wire up a place. That I got no problem with that. The only problem I got is making it hot. That's it. And what I know, you know what I'm talking about there.
Depends how many beans you've had that night.
But I mean, I go in there, I wire it up myself, and I'll run an extra wire, you know, out to where it has to be hot and have somebody to come in and do it. You know, make it hot. He ain't got to know what I'm going to, where it's going.
Yeah.
You
just need a circuit ran.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you and I'm not saying anything bad about the preppers that do this or anything, because I have seen some preppers that say, well, you're not a prepper unless you show all your food. And I'm like, what? That makes no sense to me. I mean, how? Anyways, then they'll show, well, I have this stuff and I have that, but I sit there and look at it and I'm like, you look like a grocery store. I don't see stuff stored properly. You have light coming in from you know, the windows and stuff. And I don't really see how you call yourself a prepper just because you store a bunch of food. That, to me, that's not a prepper, because again, I don't like the word prepper because it's just one dimensional thing. But if you use that word, there's more to it than just going to the store and buying a couple cans of food. And that's the kind of person, to me, they buy all this canned food and forget to buy a can opener because they use an electric can opener to open their cans, but they don't have a wind up one.
Well, it's also like this too. Let's say you are a prepper. A true prepper would know to rotate your stock.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just try to be prepared as best I can for what I know. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And like there are people that will go out and buy all the fancy little gear and bug out. I love going through my bug out bag and showing people stuff that I put in there and stuff. But if you do a bug out bag video, there are so many haters out there. Oh, you didn't put bug spray in there? You're and
well,
they're telling, oh, you need this, you need that, you need all this stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to carry around a 300-pound bag.
Yeah.
Well, put it like this: if you got a bug bag on you, you're going to be running. For one thing, the only things a true person really needs is something to start a fire with, an axe, a saw, and a pew pew. That's it.
Well, no, you need the 5 C's.
Well,
because one of the hardest things to make in, like, if you have to bug out and you're going in the woods or something, is how to make a container. It's hard to make a container.
well, yeah.
I mean, it's not impossible, but it's one of the harder things to do. And that's how you. And I didn't come up with the 5 C's, but I agree with them. The 5 C's are cutting device, combustion, which is the fire, a container, cordage, and a cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, the other stuff you add to it, you know, and he does do like a 10C and something and so forth. But like I said, the harder things to find in the woods, so to speak, or the desert or wherever you're at, Those are the things that you want to carry with you.
Yeah.
Be it in a
Monty.
get home bag or whatever.
Monty, there's going to be enough of them out there to begin with.
You're
But
not going to find a knife growing wild in the woods, you know, unless you make one.
down in your guys' neck of the woods, you have containers growing all over the place.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
we do.
Bamboo. Up here, I'd have to whittle out a log and make a container,
Yeah.
and you can't use it on a fire. So I would have to make clay container.
Yeah.
It's and that's the thing to think about is it's
You can go all down the river and find as much bamboo as you need. Build a whole house. Build a whole neighborhood. And they wouldn't even miss it.
yeah.
Well, that's true. You know, I mean, we got bamboo growing up here like wildfire. I got to be careful with that word. But I mean,
Yeah.
there's one thing I've not seen in a very long time, and you could probably say the same. What? That's gourds. You remember going to the spring, drinking water out of a gourd?
Dude, I remember as a kid, dude, you couldn't ride down no country roads or dirt roads and didn't see a farm and a house that didn't have a pole with gourds on it.
Exactly. That's what they're using.
It was a thing, you know, but
Well, you look at some of them old dippers and stuff that
yeah,
it was a long stick and was screwed onto a gourd.
the drinking gourd.
Yeah.
But the cleanest, purest water you'll ever find is from a spring with crawdads in it. If it don't have crawdads in it, don't drink it.
A few places like that around here. Crawdads that's in it, they don't get real big, you know what I mean? But they're there.
Yeah.
I don't know how the heck they get there, but they're there.
What is it? Ain't it one crawdad for like 50 gallons of water? Can purify 50 gallons of water, something like that?
I don't know the ratio. There's a guy on YouTube I watch. He's like a big crawfish farmer in Louisiana, and he talks about all those different specs and figures like that.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be, look, you outside, it's 80, 90 degrees, and you run up on a spring. That's going to be the coolest water that you'll drink. I ain't saying ice cold, but it sure won't be hot either.
Especially when it's 95 with 95% humidity.
God. Yeah, y'all's humidity ain't as high as ours. We get 100%.
Oh, I'm talking about, we get the 100. Oh, don't think we don't get the 100 now. Once you get up, like, I don't know, once you get above a certain humidity, I mean, it don't matter, you know.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, when I went to that summit, it was the humidity was 100%, and it was 90 and 100 degrees.
I know it was hot in there.
Oh man.
Man.
And that's why I don't understand them women under there doing the pressure cannon and stuff. What are you doing? No way I would do that.
Probably lost
You're gonna be crazy.
Look at it like this. Back in the 1800s, and I'm going to use that scenario. Them women back then did not dress like the women do today. I mean, they had layers and layers. They still had to stay in a house with no AC and cook damn near all day.
Oh, yeah.
Fire never went out.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it didn't, you know. Shoot.
No wonder them women back then stayed ill all the time. No wonder their husbands didn't stay home.
It's the one thing I wouldn't have liked about the time period, the clothing scenario.
Mm-hmm. You're right. And back in the king and queen days, Oh shit, they wore more back then than they did back in the 1800s.
I still find, I don't know. I guess I could picture Jeff wearing them big old dresses with the.
No, hell, you can't either.
What was it? I don't even know what them things. Corset? No, that was around your waist and.
Waist.
Oh no, there's a name for it.
The bell thing at the bottom that made their dress pop out.
See who's gonna get it first.
Yeah.
I ain't saying a word.
Well, if Jim was up here, he'd probably know. Was it a petticoat? I don't know.
No, I wouldn't have worn
No,
a petticoat.
goes under your clothes.
Okay. I'm talking like at the bottom part of your dress from your waist down, they had this like a bell thing
It
that
was
held
made
the
out
dress
of wire.
out.
It was made out of wire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A hoop skirt? I don't know. And it wasn't a skirt.
The reason there is a lot of outdoor cooking down here is because it's hot. Last place you want to be is inside cooking.
Yeah, you don't want to have that oven going if you ain't got to.
Let me search it and see.
Bushcraft, you really don't have to search.
Can refer to a few different things. Primary, a verb meaning to move. No.
And they also use sackcloth as clothing back then also.
Ooh, man. You know that was some hot stuff. And itchy.
Oh, maybe you're right. The petticoat. It is the bottom part, but it's not the wire part. It's the cover over the wire. Worn under a skirt or a dress.
Yeah. Hush up, he may hear you.
Petticoat, or it's also known as a slip. But I still haven't found the wire thing.
I've heard somebody say what that's called, and I still forgot.
I need to mute me. Dixie's still talking.
I don't know.
Yeah, the petticoat is like a slip. Yeah. How we get on these conversations, I'll never know. Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, don't thank me for this.
You're the one to come up with their old clothes and stuff.
Not this go round. I think Watt did.
No, you can't put the 1800s on me.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can too. You're talking about cooking and everything. I started out as cool water. That's what I started.
You're right.
Yeah, it makes your butt look bigger. The bustle.
Ain't that what they doing nowadays?
No, that's Brazilian butt lift.
Well, I think a lot of it has busted and it spread it while they were sleeping.
Oh.
Can you look? Picture in your head right now.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. We got AC right now. If crap hit the fan, the women today, if they had to cook outside as hot as it is, how would they dress? Or would they dress at all? Because you're going to have some women out there with smart attitudes. I'm trying to be nice. And
I'm not saying a word. I'm just letting Jeff dig his own hole.
Hey, I don't care. It ain't the first time, and it sure won't be the last time.
I yield.
Bonnie said sundresses.
Yeah.
Yeah. That, or you'd finally have a use for those 1,000 pairs of yoga pants, you know?
Oh God. Did you out of all people really have to go there? Yoga pants? Come on. They don't hide nothing.
I mean, it's be cool, you know?
I don't know.
It's,
I'm gonna wear shorts, a t-shirt, or a tank top and a pair of shoes. That's all I'm wearing.
That's what I have on, except for I don't have shoes.
And a whole lot of baby powder.
Where are you getting the baby powder?
That's so my cheeks won't squeak while I'm walking.
you ain't got no AC in the South. You're going to need some baby powder.
You ain't got no AC in the South, you cooked, period. You might as well either go as far north or as far south as you can. For the people who ain't never been to the South, Watt can back me up on this. It ain't nothing to play around in during the summertime, okay? Our South is as hot as y'all's winters are cold.
Mm-hmm. Y'all get
And
frostbite, we get burn bite.
yeah, really. Where do you think the term redneck came from?
Oh, especially once you get into like what they say, the dog days of summer. Oh man.
Yeah. I mean,
What? I love it though. That's all I ever known. I wouldn't have it
back
any other way.
back in the old days, it was proud to be called a redneck because people knew you worked. Your neck and your are a farmer's tan. Okay, I'll put it like that. If you had both of them, they knowed you worked. And back then, you didn't have one without having the other.
Oh, the term redneck was a term during the Battle of Blair Mountain in West Virginia, where coal miners wore red bandanas as symbols of Union membership.
Like
To
the
me,
Cowboys.
the word redneck means a person working out in the sun
Well,
all day.
there's that's the first one, and then there later down the road it was sunburn therapy or theory. Yeah, that referred to sunburns necks of farmers.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the labor union connection and historical context
I got like a, yeah.
used to term. Oh, it's a term to describe poor rural white, particularly in the South. However, in some contexts, it was also used as a badge of honor by those who identified as working class.
Well, yeah, you can't be redneck. You said down south. You up there in North Carolina.
I've already got 10.
You could be a.
My hair's too long.
You had to be a
get
hillbilly.
redneck.
Now, I prefer to be a redneck and I had a hillbilly. There, believe it or not, there is a difference between the two.
With stereotype. Okay, the modern usage of redneck. Today's redneck is primarily. Boy, I can't talk today. Primarily used as a term often associated with stereotypes about uneducated, unsophisticated, and racist individuals.
Huh.
Look.
Uh,
No, I'm not even going there. I'm not
yeah, I
even
know. Well,
there is so damn much I could say to that right there.
that's
But
what I said. If um, well,
You have to have
we
the
won't.
racisms to
We're
qualify.
not going to get into that because yeah.
if it was 50 years ago, I can see it. But today, the only people who is using racism more than anybody is the news people.
Oh yeah. Or if you go to college and mommy daddy buys your everything and you have nothing else to do but join a group that says everybody's racist.
Well,
Yeah.
if you are self-appointed up there, then I have respect for you. But if you was born into it, I can't respect you because my opinion is you never really worked to get it.
Well, you can tell the difference in students um, that actually work their butt off to get
Where they at?
yeah, and then there are ones that
Yeah,
get paid or
work.
mommy daddy had trust funds for them to buy their college. Now, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying it's nothing bad about it or anything. It's just you can tell the difference in people who worked for it and people who
Didn't.
paid for it.
We're not saying that all of the youngins are spoiled brats, but
Go
you
to
can just
Walmart, you'll find them.
Hey, don't you boomers shame me.
I, no, I call them Kens and Karens.
Yeah.
But just sit back on a bench and watch people. You can spot them before they even say anything.
Yeah, you see it
You
coming a
hear
mile
them coming
away.
around the corner.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody walking around in a duck suit, they working for their money, but somebody walking around in a three-piece suit, 90 degrees outside, shit.
Well, um, they're actually calling. They would call what a boomer nowadays.
They would
Any
call me a what?
anyone that is so old is a boomer.
Well, what the hell does that make us?
Dang,
I don't
I'm a
know.
boomer. Dang.
Me and you are in two different categories. I was born in 61. You was born after me. What? I think you and my brother fall in the same year bracket.
Said
Well,
me and
I
your
don't know.
brother?
Would you be a boomer? When were boomers? 46 to 60. Oh, you are a boomer. Jeff,
See?
you're a boomer. It's 46 to 64.
You
The
just didn't
60,
make the
I
cut.
thought 61.
And I snuck in just in time.
Yeah, you did.
68.
You and my brother, well, you was in six. Damn, my brother's older than you are.
What
No,
if you were
what?
born in 88? What are people born in 88?
You're still Gen X, or yeah.
Dang,
Uh, let's see.
X-Men.
How many people in chat are considered boomers? Type of one. Here we go.
I mean, out of name-wise, y'all probably got the best name, you
Okay,
know?
well, evidently it's 65 to 80 is Gen X's.
Huh. So I'm not the Gen X. I must be a millennial then.
I guess they from 88 to 2000s they kind of didn't come up with one a
Dang, the lost
pre-gen.
generation.
Well, what are they called if they were born in the 80s?
Well, if you're born in the 80s, I don't know. Let me
Well,
see.
1980.
Let's
Generation
see.
X, millennials.
Generational list. Let's see. Okay. You have the greatest generation. That's what it's called. Born from 1901 to 24. The silent generation was 25 to 45. Baby boomers were 46 to 64. Generation X was 65 to 80.
Okay.
Millennials was 81 to 96. Or Gen Y. I don't know.
Okay.
Generation Z was
Oh, hell.
97 to 2012. Alpha, that's 2010 to 2025. And we're actually starting a new one. It's beta.
The beta.
2025 to 2039.
Oh no. Revenge of the betas.
That's almost as bad as Revenge of the Nerds.
I wonder who comes up with these names. Like who are these people? What society or what
Yeah, I
organization
know.
comes up with these generational names?
Shit, I wonder how much money they make in an hour. You know it's got to be government
Oh
work.
shoot, we can't even count that high in an hour.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I always hear people in the 80s. So I was born in 84, 85, and I'm Gen X. Now I'm sitting there looking at this. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
And then why is it like 15 years when I always thought a generation was 20 years? They're
Yeah,
doing it every
really.
15.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
the
most
people
of it is
coming up with this stuff,
well
do
close
they
to 20.
the people
that's
who are
creepy.
coming up with this, do they even know what state Kansas is in?
Probably in Alabama.
Allegedly.
Probably.
Or even like when, well, you know, bushcraft, when they introduce something new, you go into the beta testing,
Yeah.
the beta stages.
Well, again, it starts in alpha and then goes to beta. That's why it and that's 15 years right there.
Heck, we got to wait all the way to 2040.
Well, for, Generation Alpha was 2010 to 25 to 2025, so that's 15 years. They wanted to get rid of it so quick that they started a new generation 5 years early.
Yeah,
it should have went to 30 because it's supposed to go every 20 years.
yeah.
Somewhat, but Gen Z was from 97 to 2012.
Sandy M says a generation is considered 20 to 30 years.
Yeah.
Well, normally that's right, but they're doing this every 15 years.
No,
Oh.
there are some that is 20 years until it gets up to
modern times.
The millennials, which is they call it Gen Y too. Gen Z and Alpha and Beta are all 15 years. Well, Beta is yeah, it's weird how they consider it because
Christy says Oklahoma has a Kansas.
think everywhere's got a little piece of Kansas, you know. Just try to hold on to it.
Kansas City. They ought to write a song about that.
There's there's a Kansas City or Kansas in Missouri, however the city's connected.
Maybe. So in other words, it falls right on the state line.
Yeah, you're not in Kansas anymore.
Come on, Toto. Let's go. Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, there's
But
some weird. There's GI generation. There's
the question was, they don't know what state Kansas is in. I didn't say city.
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
yeah. This is still really weird. And these are sources from the web, but some of them I think are half made up. Like Exynos is a generation in between the 80s and the 90s, I guess.
Dang, that's around my time.
Very weird.
I don't know. Maybe there's an international council of generation selected. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
They shouldn't get paid for what they coming up with.
Yeah, they could pay us half the money. You know, we'd come up with something catchy. You know, we could.
Of course.
Okay. There is no single authority that dictates generation names, while Neil Ho and William Strauss are credited with popularizing names for many generations in their 1991 book, Generations.
Huh.
I guess that's who they're going with, larger through popular culture. Okay.
Well, the three of us need to get together and write us a up-to-dated book.
All right.
Okay. How did Gen Z get their names? By
No.
continuing the alphabet sequence following Gen X and millennials. I guess that's how they got their name. What else is there?
I mean, coming up in y'all's time, was generation talk like it is now a thing or no?
No.
No, not really. I didn't hear people talking about.
Because it doesn't take
there
that
was
long, really, to get something integrated in the language and get people comfortable with a thing. You know, before long, you seem like it was forever, but you know,
yeah, we heard like the news people would say the boomers did this and stuff, but I didn't even know I was a Gen X person. I didn't even know what that was until after Gen X was the next generation.
Well, now, Bushcraft, I think you can kind of back me up on this, but I think when people really started talking like this was mid to late 70s. If you know, because
About generations, or I mean the names of the generations.
Well, let's say the names of the generation and how they would talk.
Well, that's what that when I searched it, those two guys made a book in 91. that's when they started talking about the generations. Because, like I said, the only thing I remember, I didn't know there was anything before boomers. But I do remember, like the news saying, the boomers bought houses and cars, or they would how much they had to pay for a car or something like that.
Yeah.
That was in the news. But I never knew that there was what came after the boomers, the Gen X. I never knew that I was a Gen X until
like it's a newer thing.
Lester says gold now is $34.47 per ounce.
dang.
Tell me about it. That's making me think.
Oh no, we can't have that.
Dixie.
Power off.
Yeah, that's what I always thought it was, because that was the baby boomer. You know, everybody was making babies back then.
Yeah.
I always thought, well, I would think, you know, during '60s, the late '60s, I would think there would be more babies being born, because most of people was running around naked anyway.
Especially at concerts.
Yeah.
It was a country song. I don't know who sang it, but he was like, I'm a product of a me generation.
I've heard the song.
Can't think who sang it, but yeah. Pretty good song.
It seemed like to me the singer had kind of like a raspy voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're country, you have to.
No.
Unless you're a woman. Well, there are some women that have.
Yeah.
I'm not. We try not getting that conversation either. And I'm not saying they sound like men, but they have a different type of voice. You know, it's.
You take Monty Tyler. You take. What was the one back in the '60s? Janis Joplin.
Oh yeah.
I mean.
It's what time now?
Man, that was weird.
And you didn't say nothing either. I mean, they had, I can't say Mama Cass. She really didn't have a raspy voice, but I mean,
the lady from Heart.
Oh, the blonde-headed girl. Oh
no, she was a guitarist. She had a good voice too, but she wasn't as good as the other. I'm not saying she wasn't as good, but didn't have the booming voice.
I can see the group Heart, but I cannot name them.
I can't remember her name. There was this other girl and guy that had a band together in the '80s, and
please tell me
the movie Mannequin. If ever anybody remembers that, they did a video of that. That was their MTV video of that movie.
I remember the movie.
I can see her and him, but her voice outdid his.
Probably once you say it, it'll sound familiar.
Well, once you name them, you'll know who they are. That's the bad thing. We got to figure out the name. Oh God. That one that was in Go-Go's, she was pretty good. Belinda Carlisle? I don't know if that's right or not. What song? Yeah, Fleetwood Mac. The girl with her, she was off the chart. I liked her. I liked her.
Here.
Yeah. Real distinctive
Now,
voice.
yeah, you're right. Janis Joplin could sing, but there was some songs that she recorded. I swear up and down,
Maybe it
she was
wasn't
real. Stevie Nicks, that's her.
Oh, nothing's going to stop us now. Starship. That's who I was
Okay,
talking about.
yeah. I've heard that song.
Starship sung that song.
Yep.
Ann Wilson. Please, no singing and share. There's about 3 songs Cher sung that I liked at all.
Oh my God. They got old.
I couldn't tell you one, probably.
Oh my God. That can't be her. They have somebody else in her place because she's too young for that guy.
Did Grace Slick have a raspy voice? My timeline was in the 70s. Okay. That's when Blackfoot and all them good bands come along. Purple. Oh, hell.
Yeah, Grace Slick, Mickey Thomas. Yeah, they're still going, but it's not the original people.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, he
Yeah.
looks like he needs a walker, and she's like 25 maybe, and I'm like,
Now, the one that sung with Fleetwood Mac.
I have no idea what's up with the bald guy in that picture.
What Stevie Nicks that sung a love song about a vampire? I can't even think of the name of the song now. But you really got to listen to the song in order to figure out she's singing about a vampire.
Yeah, the story they just said on the radio she was supposed to be doing a concert not too far from here.
Lordy, look who just showed up.
Hey, make it make.
Hey, lady.
I tried the link you sent me, but didn't work. Oh, it should.
Try it again.
Yeah, I have to see what you're depends what browser you're using, because I don't know if it works on the Apple stuff. Well, it does because the Vineyardjects use it.
Send her another one.
Well, I can.
Well, it's your show.
I think it's the same one. Let me see.
That means I'm gonna have to clean my act up now.
Be right back. I gotta get me a cold drink.
Yeah, I am too. I gotta lock up some doors too.
Well, if I click the right button. Come on. Trying. Okay. It's on its way. See if that works. If not, I don't know.
Hoorah!
It looks different than StreamYard. Yeah, I think that's the last thing when you were up. I was using StreamYard.
Bushcraft, you know what? what it's going to be in 2 days, don't you?
In 2 days,
Yeah.
the 23rd.
No. Hump day!
You know what a day is, don't you?
Monday.
Before
Monday.
It's Monday. It's
Huh?
National Bulldogs are Beautiful Day.
Oh,
Make sure you
Hey,
put that on your
Bulldog Day.
calendar.
you expect us to know that? We don't even live in Georgia.
It's a universal thing, my friend.
No, it did not go universal.
Goes beyond the boundaries of time and space itself.
What, are we in the Twilight Zone?
Hopefully not allegedly.
I used to like the Twilight Zone.
I do. I love it. That and what was it? The Outer Limits.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Oh, Sandy, if I was tearing up the house, y'all would know it. Dixie would be screaming.
Oh yeah.
When she gets to screaming, I'm running. Even if it is my fault. Ow. I told Dixie the other night, I can't shave. She said, why? I said, because I unwillingly reach up and grab a handful of beard. And if I do that and I ain't got no beard, I'd end up choking myself. She running the razors, wanting me to shave.
There you go.
I think I'm here. I don't know if anybody can see me though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on.
Good morning.
Good
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Where
Where
are we at?
y'all been?
Good evening.
What is going on? I can't see anything. Ah, there we go. Hi guys, how are you?
There you go.
Oh well.
It's a little bit different than StreamYard.
It is. It was different. I had to go through a different browser.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe it might have an issue.
Okay. I'm sorry I'm coming late. What are we talking about?
Well, Jeff was talking about wearing a dress and cooking outside.
No, I was talking about cooking outside. I'm going commando.
For heaven's sakes.
Well, you've canned outside.
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Well, how hot has it been? Has it been like really hot when you canned outside?
I mean, like lately or just like ever?
Like ever.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Bushcraft. Hold on. Tell her the whole story. Okay. We're talking about back in the 1800s, the pioneer women, how they used to stay in the house cooking the whole time and how hot it was. Now, if crap hits the fan now, there's going to be more people cooking outside because they don't want their house to be as hot. There. And then in their mind, they put me in a dress.
You were the one that was talking about wearing dresses and stuff.
I was talking about the women back then wearing the different layers of clothes.
Yeah.
Y'all still put me wearing a dress, to which I'm not wearing a dress.
Well, Grace put you in a pink dress.
Well, she better give me some pink duct tape then.
I'm sure it was a lot more hard though. Thinking about, women canning back in the day with all those layers. Yeah, I'm sure it was way hotter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it did you get that email I sent you earlier today?
Email or like a text?
Text mail. Let's put it like
Text
that.
mail.
I can't remember.
Yeah, and I texted you back. I said I'll talk to you about it tomorrow, and then I asked about Bushcraft's live.
Okay. Well,
Text
about 5 minutes.
back to me for like 3 months later. You'll be like, "Oh, hey, I thought about this. I'm sorry, I didn't see you." And I'm like, "It's okay."
Well, about 10 minutes after I seen it, I found the answer.
Oh, I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you sooner.
No. I should have looked.
It was a canning recipe we should share with everybody. Like, do you just want to ask the question? Because I wasn't quite sure what your canning question was.
What? Okay. Homemade barbecue sauce. It had all the ingredients in it. The matter of fact, it come out one of the canning books
Yes.
I got from Bob. It was, matter of fact, I got it a couple of months ago. I wanted to see it. But it come up with all the ingredients, and I was trying to figure out how long do you water bath it or how long do you pressure can it? Well, summer's coming up. I'm going to go outside. I ain't pressure canning inside. And the answer is 15 minutes.
Yes, I was going to say
Water
that it said 15 minutes, but I was just like speaking with my husband. We're having family time. So I was like, I'll call you back tomorrow. But then like asking about the live. So then I jumped on here. So, but yes, it's 15. It's 15 minutes.
Okay. It was on the very last line. Go ahead.
Someone wrote here, I have a great grandmother that died in Virginia. Her dress caught fire working in the smokehouse.
Oh.
Wow.
Too close to the fire.
Yeah.
I thought Virginia was talking about me. I'm like, what did I do? I didn't do anything.
Oh. You ever ate a pickled dog?
And I guess not because I stuff.
How are you
In a
going to cook
couple
the
of
dog,
weeks.
first of all?
Like a hot
I'm gonna
dog?
fry it.
A pickling
Oh,
a
fry it?
Okay.
what is
You should have got that link I sent you. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna say it on here. Okay.
You just
Because
did.
me and somebody else is gonna do it for the first time.
but what is it though?
Yeah, I'll tell you in the back. I'll tell you in the back room.
Okay.
But
God.
if, after I tell you, if you want to join us, come on up. Yeah, you can see her eyes now. Oh, God.
She's saying no already.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like I have no clue.
Within the next 24 hours, I will send you a video of it.
Okay.
It looks good. It really does. I got to try it.
Okay. Well, I'll check it out.
All right, all right.
Now I have seen, the sandwich pickles where they slice them thin.
Yeah.
I've seen those wrapped around a hot dog and then bacon wrapped around that.
Mm, that sounds tasty.
Yeah.
If you notice, what is very quiet.
I have no idea what a pickle dog is. That's my final answer.
I agree. I have no idea. I don't know if I want to know.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Finding out soon. Yep. Yeah. Someone just said the same thing I said. Probably want to know.
I can't say nothing. I'll end up giving it away.
So are you ready for garden season to do a lot of canning?
I am. I just feel like just so much work. It really is. I know that no matter how much I garden this year, I'm still going to buy from, farm stands,
Yeah.
the Amish, just because I don't have a garden big enough to can out of completely. But I am excited for the growing season. Are you guys gardening at all?
Oh yeah, I am.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm
guy
just
down
trying to
there
figure
already
out.
has strawberries and everything.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down here in Georgia, it's full steam ahead. Everything is outside. Tomatoes, peppers, everything. Cucumbers, eggplant, strawberries.
Yeah, started mine indoors a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Put some outdoors. Right now we've got a penelope peas that are growing, and then I think sometime this week I got to put everything else out too. The rest.
Yeah, I'm waiting until after Mother's Day.
Oh,
Every time I put stuff out early, I'm out there.
Oh.
I got to watch all the weather channels to see when the frost is coming.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, this week I'm gonna start planting seeds in the house and getting ready. Because Mother's Day is not that far away now.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I started some of my seeds a little bit too soon. I started my tomato plants from seed, I think in the end of January.
Oh wow!
But that's kind of good because last year when we did the same thing, well, we got plants and she started in January. I felt like it took forever to get a tomato. But then we got them, they were coming crazy.
Yeah, it depends on the variety. Some of them will. There's like early girls or early boys.
Okay.
They're like 40 days, I think, from seed to getting fruit. But there are some that can take up to like 100 days. Them big jumbo ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beef steaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we had, I think there were like 12 different varieties that we planted, 12 or 14 last year. So this year we're a little bit more simple.
Yeah.
It's just a lot going on with tomatoes last year, but I'm always happy for it. It's just so nice to go in the backyard and just be like, oh, I just need like a couple onions or some peppers and tomatoes.
And it's there.
Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing better than a freshly sliced tomato.
Mm-hmm. Unless you have to wrestle a monster in your backyard to plow your garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen you have a little one this year.
What, my garden?
Yeah, to plow up the garden.
Yeah, it was little last year. Also, I just, you know what it is? I feel we're in my location. I'm so blessed to just like Pennsylvania, parts of Pennsylvania, we're like it's like the mecca of fresh produce here. So I'm like
Yeah.
5 minutes from a local farm stand where farmers come from all over the county and they sell their produce. So I'm kind of spoiled that way where it's like I don't have to do a massive garden. So,
Yeah.
but I want to plant stuff because it's fun and it's good and learn something new and I don't know, I gotta plant something.
Yeah. Um, our farmers market used to be, because it was used to be on, well, it still is on Saturday, but it's more of an arts and craft little thing now. Um, like the Amish used to come here to sell their stuff, eggs, chicken, all kinds of stuff, and then they started putting rules saying, "Oh, you can't have this or you can't have that." And then it's the produce just died out. Every once in a while, you'll get like maybe one or two people that come. There is this one Amish lady that just does bread now because there's too many rules for produce and stuff. Um, but that used to be the best place to get eggs because you would get the best eggs. Um, but like now, I would probably have to go to Sugar Creek to get a good farmers market.
That I don't understand. I mean, these rules and regulations, like, I mean, what was wrong? What were they saying what that they couldn't sell the produce? Was there a reason why?
You had to get a permit, um, and you had to have something from the state to sell milk, eggs, um, and meat and stuff.
Money, pretty much.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
An
yeah,
extra fee on top of a fee,
yeah,
just from,
It's just like the stuff that the Amish went through in Pennsylvania,
yeah.
with the not being able to sell whole raw milk or whatever they call it, whole
yeah.
milk.
Raw milk. Yeah,
Yeah,
we still I'd like they still sell milk out.
Is her voice in and out, or is that just my speaker?
yeah. You're cutting out a little bit here and there.
I'm sorry. I was saying, can you hear me better now at all?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I was saying that in Pennsylvania, we are allowed to sell raw milk now. We can buy it now.
that's good.
And like
Good.
there's no problem with that. I'm glad that we can get eggs from anybody who has chickens can just put out eggs for sale,
Yeah,
which is nice.
yeah. And the thing is, if um, if you still know those people, you can still buy the stuff from them. You just can't do it at the farmers market because it's on city property, and they actually moved it. It was on Main Street, and people were complaining about that, so they moved it on the outskirts, which is still city limits.
Mm.
Yeah, it's
It's about control too. Like someone said here, they don't want to provide uh, for ourselves. They want total control, and I believe that to a certain extent because it's just like I feel like for instance, people want your house in the front of the house. Like we have a front yard and it's a massive front yard. It's pretty big. If I wanted to just grow food there, I should be allowed to do that without my neighbors
yeah,
complaining about it.
Exactly.
I should be able to have chickens if I want chickens. I should be able to live a self-sustainable life if that is what our family wants to do.
Yeah.
But they've made it harder. But I know that in our town, the people in our town got really tired of us not being able to have chickens, and a lot of us fought for it, and we actually won. So depending, where you fall on the map, you're allowed so many chickens, but before it was just like no for certain areas. So I'm glad that we won that at least.
That's the way it is here. They outlawed it. It just came up again. Evidently, I didn't. Of course, you don't hear about it, but the rule still stands because they don't want chickens in town, and unless you're grandfathered in, which I didn't even know there was a cutoff, or I would have ran down and got some chickens real quick.
It's crazy. Just to have chickens, you got to enter the chicken lottery.
Well, I understand a rooster because
I can
in the morning, but that doesn't bother me. But other people, it might.
Well, it was that in our town, the reasons why people weren't like allowed to have chickens because the guy who I'd spoken to, he was like, you'd be surprised how people are so horrible to their neighbors. Like they're just total control freaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not speaking for everyone, but just like so mean. And now, like I said, now we can have chickens, but they're going to be people who are going to be like, oh, you can't have more than 5 chickens, and they're going to be counting those chickens in your backyard and stuff like that. And it makes you want to put a 10-foot fence around the whole house.
Yeah.
Privacy fence.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, your grass is 4 inches tall, and it has to be under 3. I'm myself. I like my grass a little bit longer. It looks better. It looks healthier. I don't like it to look like that fake carpet.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Well,
just the way I like the grass.
yeah. I had a neighbor ask me why I don't trim my grass because, it has so many dandelions, so many hyacinths. I mean, it's so many different flowers grow in our grass.
Yeah.
Well, I want the bees to come. Doesn't that bother you? Doesn't it bother you that there's all these dandelions? And like, no, it actually makes me really happy because I know that they're correcting the soil. I know that the bees are coming. I need them to pollinate my garden. I need them to continue to pollinate my flowers.
Yeah.
And it's not going to last forever. The lifespan of a dandelion is what, for only a couple of weeks. Then you have your green grass.
Yeah.
It's not going to last forever. The lifespan of a dandelion. Exactly.
That was good. How'd you do that?
I think Jim's lagging a
My
bit.
volume went up after I got on the show. I turned it down on YouTube. Thanks.
No, he's frozen again.
Just like this. I've never met you before. Hi, I'm Jim.
Hi, how are you?
On Streamlab, you're sideways. The same thing happened to our friend the other night. But
what?
on YouTube,
No, she's fine.
It's something that's going on with. Now she's upside down on Streamlab, but on YouTube, you're right side up.
Is this better?
Now you're upside down. I don't know what it is.
Don't listen to Jim. His is always messed up. You were fine.
This is a 10-year-old. This computer is over 10 years old. That's probably the problem.
Yeah, he has a couple squirrels running inside there, keeping it going.
Is this okay or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Or this?
Either or.
I like it the other way.
Yeah.
It just started last time I was on Bushcraft Family. And it only happens to one person. It's weird. I don't even know how you show that.
Mike, you do have 2 emails I sent you within 5 minutes.
All right. I'm
So
talking about
Now,
one up.
was it
No,
an
not
email
now.
or
Not
a
now.
text?
This was an email.
Okay. Jeff will say, I sent you an email, and I go looking for my email, and I don't see anything. I'm like, there's nothing
You're
there.
the only one I do that to.
It's more official, text or an email.
He usually sends me something on Signal, and then says he send an email, and I'll be waiting for the email. Nothing comes. Oh, it's on the Signal.
always so suspicious about it. And I'm just like, is this you? Is it this time? Is it Jeff? Is it?
Well, we done been through that one time, but
Yeah.
if there is any doubt, you know how to get up with me.
Oh,
You see, yeah, I'm doing it, not even thinking about it.
Playing with your beard, huh?
Well, I told Dixie the other night, I can't shave because I automatically reach up there, and grab it subconsciously. If I was to shave it now, I'd probably choke myself. She ran in there and got me some razors.
I have nothing against beards, but it's something else you have to wash.
Well, you would have to wash your face anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's connected to you.
It'd be harder for me to check for ticks out in that field.
Oh, just go shake it a little bit, and they'll fall out.
Actually, I'm surprised I haven't found any ticks on me or the dog yet. It's because it hasn't been too warm around here.
We went out, not really mushroom hunting because we kind of walked and stuff, but we went looking around, and I seen where somebody else had beat me to it, because you can tell where people start moving the logs around and stuff to see if they can see a mushroom or two.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got them grown in the horse manure piles where they were in a little bit of shade. I don't know my mushrooms.
Well, these are morels that everybody goes and gets when the first couple warm days, or warm nights rather.
That's
I like
one
to get
thing
this-
deer don't eat is mushrooms.
I like
Oh,
to get
deers
this
eat
stuff
them.
and do it
I've
myself.
never seen them eating them though.
The morels they do. I don't know about your poop ones, because I think those are the ones that make you see things when you eat those mushrooms.
They're the ones that grow up underneath the house.
Well,
I'm not going to say
Jeff,
how.
you know what they say. If you see a mess of mushrooms growing on a mound or something, that's usually it's either was a dead body there or an outhouse.
They never taught, when I was a kid in Boy Scouts, with all the survival stuff, that's one thing they probably didn't want to teach the kids because it was too dangerous.
Oh, mushrooms, yeah, because and that's the same thing with plants, wild edibles. If there's a very good plant for you, there's usually a bad version.
Yeah.
Mushrooms, it's like that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like deer can eat hemlock, but it's poisonous to humans.
Well,
See what Monty used to do, right?
there's and I'm not suggesting people do this, but I seen it on a survival show that you can to see if something's edible or have a bad reaction to, rub it on your lip, and if your nip starts going numb, don't eat the thing.
Yeah.
okay.
But I wouldn't suggest doing that because
But people had that knowledge at one time that how to test these things. It's just so much we've lost over the generations.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just like sheep will eat poison ivy. And humans, if you ate poison ivy, you'd really come down with a lot of itchies.
Yeah, I've got it all over me. I don't know if you can see the pink. Oh, I'm not
You
sure.
got poison ivy?
Yeah, it's not even out yet, and I got it all over me.
Well, even if you touch the stem of a plant that's like near the
I
brown
don't
part,
know.
Dude, I can get it in the wintertime.
Well, that's pretty much up here right now. Well, we're starting to get some green. Our grass is starting to turn green.
Shoot, it's currently 78 here.
66.
Big Charlie's already puffing.
We're about that too, 66, something like that here.
Yeah, and I still have the AC on.
it's that warm. It's supposed to get hot next week. And actually, we need rain again. I'm
Yeah.
tilling soil with the rotary tiller, and it's getting too dry.
We had 2 days of 70, 80. I said, "Now, time to get the AC in the window." Oh no, because it's nice in the morning. About 3 o'clock, then it starts getting hot in the house, and it's like, oh.
God, I had to wear a flannel shirt and sweatshirt this morning to rototill. It was cool.
Burning me up.
It got in the high 30s last night.
Wow.
I don't think I've had my heat on in 2 weeks.
Well, I haven't in the last 3 days, 4 days.
We've had our air conditioner on too.
Yeah.
I guess you're south of where I am. I'm in Pennsylvania.
Shoot, it's
Wait.
been.
I am in Pennsylvania.
What part of PA? I'm 25 miles northwest of Philadelphia.
Here, let me fix him real quick.
Yeah, I'm in Lancaster County.
Lancaster County, my son lives out there.
Froze again.
He has a lot of friends that live in Ephrata.
Oh,
With his mouth.
Small world. And actually, that Route 30, I'm sure you're familiar with that. That has been a mess since I was a kid.
yeah, it still is.
Because when he comes here, he takes the turnpike.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, 30 is a mess. It always is a mess.
Because I remember going out to Western Pennsylvania when I was a kid with my parents to visit like a family reunion.
Mm-hmm.
And we always had to take Route 30 to get there before we got on the turnpike.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lancaster's nice. Actually, my son lives right near that. He's in the city. He lives right near that baseball stadium.
The Barnstorm.
I forget the name of it.
Probably Barnstormers. I'm thinking I'm thinking that's what it is.
I mean, he's not in Lancaster much because he has a career and he's on the road almost all the time.
Yeah.
It's
Based sports mail and all that stuff.
Yeah, 30 is terrible. It's like the road though that everybody has to take if you're going to go around those parts.
It's the tractor trailers that do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because when my son went to Millersville University, we took a roundabout way where it was so scenic, all those farms. But if you get west of Millersville, it's like a whole different climate.
Oh, really?
It's completely different. Actually, a roadside was wrong when we came back and we started going west. And it was all wooded, hilly terrain, hillier than around here. Now, are you from Lancaster originally?
Huh?
Are you from the Lancaster area originally?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's a shame a lot of the Amish farm ground is slowly being sold off.
That's good coffee there.
Yeah, but there is also a lot of farmland here that is protected too.
They sold their development rights. So yeah, I know.
Yeah, but there are I noticed, especially around our town around here, my husband and I were saying how sad it was because a lot of these fields that were just so beautiful, they're slowly developing again. And we're like, all right, it's starting to get too tight in here. Maybe it's time to move. You know?
But then you figure everybody's got to make money. If you move too far away, because I don't know like what kind of work you're in, you figure you move too far away, how are you going to make money unless you're doing something online? Because you figure Pennsylvania used to be a factory town, really. Steel, timber, coal, and look what's happened to this state.
I know.
It's sad.
I know. It's still a beautiful state, though.
Well, I think the prettiest part of the state is going up on the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
And because,
Yeah.
like, we're closer, I haven't done it in decades. Like Bank of a Knob, the Pinnacle, Devil's Pulpit. Or if you go up, even though they're not, people laugh on the West Coast and say, "Oh, those aren't mountains." The topography is, if you get an elevation of like 1,600 feet, you can see about 50 miles on a clear day.
Yeah, I think a little behind. we're trying to figure out what the in the olden days when they used to wear them big dresses that flared way out and had they were underneath that was made out of wire or metal.
The Victorian era dresses.
Well, we was trying to figure out what they were called.
I'll tell you, I felt bad for any woman that lived back then that wore those things.
I'm just glad that we got a pair of jeans that we could throw on.
My wife's the same way. I don't think she's worn a dress since our wedding. And we've been married since 1989. We're still in our first marriage.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations. Honestly, it takes a lot of work and effort. So, congratulations.
Well, you know what? It's doing to others. Respect. Treat your spouse the same way you want to be treated.
Yeah.
I'm just happy Jim found somebody to put up with him.
Well, that's how I feel about my husband too. I'm like, I sometimes I'm like, man, I'm so thankful he puts up with me because sometimes myself.
Well, you wouldn't even know, because this is the first time I met you. You wouldn't even know what goes on this property. You won't even believe it, because I have a Christmas tree farm. We have problems with deer. I shoot deer for crop damage. It's a long story. It's like it's like my wife and I, like, we're like two peas in a pod. We get along.
Oh, that's so precious.
Her biggest problem is what goes on. She's a nurse at a doctor's office, and they still got people coming in the office. It's worse than Mondays. People wearing masks. They have people that can't speak English that are on Medicaid, and they have to use this special phone line to get an interpreter. Things have changed so much since the pandemic in the medical industry. It's sad. You figure a nurse really, or even doctors, there's just so much paperwork involved with everything now.
Yeah.
What line of work are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I do YouTube.
Okay.
And I clean houses. Because YouTube doesn't pay the bills.
I've heard that from people.
I know it.
So houses.
I got one that needs to be cleaned.
Okay, with the pets, my wife is nice enough to let me have a dog, and the pets make, all the dog hair, the dirt the dog brings in the house just walking around. That's like the biggest thing.
The dog hair.
The dog hair. And when I come in the house, like certain times of the year when these trees start to break bud and grow, the buds on the tree stick to my clothing. Like when I'm outside, I try to, use my gloves, wipe my pants off, and there's stuff behind me. I come in the house and she just vacuums and there's dirt everywhere. Tree needles stick to the clothing.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, not that she's a clean freak, but
tree needles will stick around forever.
Mm-hmm. Man, I get trained. That's another reason why I don't have a beard. Because I found out when I was younger, when I had a beard, you get stuff stuck in it when you're farming.
Just keep this stuff for later. You keep snacks up in there and extra candy bar when you get. It's an extra bug out bag.
My wife doesn't like the way I look with a beard too.
See, my husband has to have something, like some sort of scruff. It can't be completely plain. I like
Your voice is breaking up just a little.
how about now?
That's about. Are you on a cell phone or a computer?
I'm on a phone.
Okay.
It's
I'm
because
probably the only person you have it, except for the Amish. My wife and I don't have a cell phone. No need for one at all.
I was I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry. It's gone now.
Hanging around Jeff too much.
It's so
No,
important.
no.
No, it's because it's past my bedtime. I'm tired. I'm only here for you guys, and I'm just like, all right, I'll pop on quick.
But one thing I've learned is Bushcraft sure knows a lot of people on YouTube, and he's a really nice person.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you are.
Yes.
Everybody. What?
I was going to canning. Are you going to be canning anything interesting other than the normal stuff? Is there anything like
Other than pickled dog.
that would be interesting. Well, actually, have you ever canned hot dogs?
No.
Because I've actually seen somebody can them. They actually do. When you can them, they actually do puff way up.
Yes.
And then when they pop the lid, they go shrink back down.
Oh, are they like dry canning them, or is it like in the water?
Dry.
Okay. All right. Then that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Have you ever made your own jelly? I love apricot jelly. My grandmother used to can, and this was when I was a little kid. She used to make. She had all these blueberry bushes, and she had like all this stuff with blueberry. And
Jim, I can tell you've never seen her YouTube.
Yeah.
No,
That's okay.
there's too many YouTube channels out there.
There's so many.
You could do a live. I found other channels thanks to Bushcraft. And Bushcraft, Jeff Bear, all of us met on. He goes by the name Second Dawn now, Prepping 101's channel. It's a long story. He lost his channels, got taken down, and he had to start a new one.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit happens. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
So, how long have you been on YouTube?
4 years.
4 years. I got a YouTube account, I think, in 2005 because when I wanted to watch Led Zeppelin videos, they were age restricted. So you had to sign up and get a YouTube account. Look how times have changed.
Well, they're still age restricted.
Yeah, I was gonna say they are age restricted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Led Zeppelin, for crying out loud, it's not like.
Well, that's when they did it's not a ranking, but the thing like the PG and stuff, whatever the ratings is.
Yeah,
they made music have ratings for age of kids and stuff.
Yeah. Like every time if I post a video, I have to post if it's made for children or not.
Yeah.
Not that they still can't get something, because believe me,
Yeah.
I think but at least I could select and say, I always select it's not made for kids, even though my content is incredibly clean.
Yeah.
It could be for families, but I just don't want to be, God forbid, I just don't want to take any chances. So I always.
Well, if you put for kids, you don't get paid.
Is that true? You can't monitor it?
That's what because for a long time they didn't implement it, and then until they got in trouble. I forget what year it was. I think it was 2016, 2015, something like that. And where they had to, because it's against the law to advertise to children. Mm-hmm. You're not allowed to do it. And that's where they separated it. So if there's something about gaming or something like that, even though most of it's for kids, they're not allowed to advertise. So that's their thing of no advertising for kids.
Well, I'll say this. If you want to see Make at her best, wait till you see making her sidekick together up be awesome.
I figure if you're doing videos on YouTube of canning, you have to have a clean channel. Everything's got to be clean for canning.
Well, yeah, I'd say so. You definitely want nice clean jars, and
Yeah,
That's why I'm not up there.
and I see the uh, channels. I've came across channels that will run their lids under hot water. That's good. You don't have to clean it because it'll get sterilized from the high temperature.
It's right. It's almost like redundant. So like some of those things where it's like, you don't have to necessarily. You can clean your jars. You don't necessarily have to sterilize them because they will be in the in the canning process. So yeah, there is a little bit of redundancy that people do, but I'm always, how I am. I'm always like, what, you do you, however you like to do it. It's your kitchen, your rules.
Yeah,
Right.
because you're always going, no matter if you did it exactly like the ball book says, you're always going to have somebody say, well, you don't have to do that. You have to do it this way, but can't do it that way.
It'd be like running a coffee filter through another filter after it comes out of the percolator. There's people that do that.
Yeah, I mean, no matter, I don't think, because it's YouTube. Like, I think no matter what, I mean, you could offer someone $1 million and somebody will complain and just be like, "Well, why didn't you give them that $1 million? And why didn't you do that?"
Yeah.
So, it just comes with the territory.
Yeah, the one that I got a kick out of, because vinegar is for wiping off the rim of the jar, so I call it rim juice. Oh, you can't call it that? And I'm like, why? Because I tell them I should. Well, I've showed it before. I don't think I do anymore because I got tired of hearing it. But I'll just put the. I have this little glass little bowl that I put my vinegar in, and then I'll dip my rag in there and wipe the jars off. And no, don't call it that.
Well, people give things names. What's wrong with calling it rim juice?
I have no idea. I just go to the next comment. And
Bushcraft, you know me long enough. I'm going to tell you what I think. You call it what you want to. I call it what I want to. It's my channel. Don't like it, bye.
Make it. You guys probably have a good sized garden over here, I bet, right?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, make it.
It's definitely a small garden.
You probably have better soil than I have. Let me ask you this: is it rocky? Because that's limestone soil out there.
No, it's not really rocky. No.
Okay. Because I know from being out there a few times, like, even though that's good ground, some of those fields the Amish have wouldn't be good for what I'm doing, growing trees, like with a rotary tiller. Because I know some areas in Pennsylvania where it's limestone soil, they have to contend with rocks the size of bricks. And you know what happens to a rock like that when you hit it with a rotary tiller? It'll beat the housing of the machine up.
Yeah, I figured that. No, we're dealing more with like roots from larger trees.
The tree that fell.
Yeah, the tree that fell. Still digging up roots from that. Like I said, it's more of a hobby garden. I mean, I wish I could give my viewers more knowledge and more for them, but no, not.
Oh, you probably already heard about. Oh, you need to do this with your garden. Don't do that. And
yeah. Again, it comes with the territory, but I've learned over the years that people are going to say what they want to say, and that's fine. And I try, if it's super mean, I just let the audience take care of it, because
there's a critic when it comes to any subject. There's always a critic.
Of course. Of course. But
All you have to do is breathe. All you got to do is breathe wrong, and somebody's going to tell you you're not doing it right.
But that's okay. You're there to put out what you feel like you need to put out, and just leave it there. And
Well, that's true.
I won't do, as I will not argue with people, because I never know the place that they're at in their heart. I don't know what's going on,
Well, me, I'm like this. The way I was taught, I sterilize everything. My tops, my jars. That's how I was taught. That's the way I'm going to do it today I die. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got some people out there, like y'all see it. Put the tops on. You don't have to heat them up or nothing.
Right.
You do you.
That's right. That's right.
Well, Jeff, there's people I've met. It doesn't matter what subject you discuss. They'll just take the opposite point of view just because they want to be a mess. I mean, some people thrive on misery. I've met people in my life, unless they have someone to disagree with, they're not content.
Right. And I just try.
Man.
I know this sounds like I'm just telling you what I do, because it helps me personally. When I get negative comments now, I honestly, I'll just pray for them. I'm just like, okay, Lord, just be with them for whatever it is that's going on in their day. I don't know what's going on, but I just try to pray for them. That's my outlet for me too. It's not just for them, it's for me too. So I don't want to I just don't know. Just
Yeah, the only thing that I don't like is because I've had people come in here and make fun of me and whatever. It doesn't bother me. It's when they start attacking other people in the chat, then they're gone. Says I won't go for that.
yeah.
Well,
There's
I look at it like this.
there have been. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I must have a delay on my end.
Oh, can you not hear us?
Oh, I can hear y'all.
A time delay, probably. It's probably a little longer.
It's his old ages.
I don't think it's just brain processes.
He's thinking of that pickle dog.
On our chat.
What's that?
I said, is anybody still on the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't see.
Oh, you can't see if you have the cell phone. Okay.
48 still in here.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Aw.
Because I'm on a computer, when people I know come in, I say hello to them. And sometimes there's like conversations going on in chat.
Yeah,
I got to take a shot.
Somebody's still talking about the dress thing we were talking about earlier.
I know. We need to pay attention to the chat. I feel bad. People, they're talking, and at least I see. I don't know. They go poof. I don't know. Oh, pardon me.
Has there been any comments earlier about the Pope dying by anyone?
Not too much.
I heard a guy on the talk radio show.
Be careful.
He said if you go to mass at the Vatican, you can get out of hell free card, allegedly.
Yeah, and I don't have anything wrong with Catholics because my wife was a Catholic and everything. I went to church with her and stuff, but I don't like the fact. Well, one of the things is paying to get into heaven.
Yeah,
I'm just not a fan of that. So
I can tell you stories. When my in-laws were alive, they used to have a fed. They knew people that were married 35 years. Give the church enough money, allegedly, you can get that marriage annulled. Everything is like, I don't know. There's just too much corruption. Just like we said a few minutes ago about arguing with people. You know what? Life is too short. None of us know when our number is up or when our ticket expired. just try to, get as much enjoyment out of life as you can and respect each other and, try not to commit any sins.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Jeff.
I never had pickled pineapple. I had some pineapple just before I got on the show. That honey glow kind, the real sweet kind.
Jalapenos. That's like pickled pineapple and jalapenos together.
I don't know.
That could be heartburn in the making.
And Grace, I don't know. You said hi earlier, so I want to say hi now. I'm so horrible at putting putting the at and saying hello. I just never can
Well,
get
I
it.
don't. Can you do that with the phone anymore?
I don't know, but I did try to say hi.
Because I can do it on the computer, but I don't think you can do it on the phone. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't do the phone thing. I have one, but anybody that knows me knows I don't. I'm very bad with the phone.
Oh, someone. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They'll send me messages or something, and it'll be a week before I reply, or if I even reply.
Oh, I'm not getting any messages. If anybody's sending them, I'm so sorry. Dana, I grew those last year, and they're a lot of fun.
I told you there was such thing as a cucamelon.
But I'm wanting to do just something that's like out of the ordinary type canning. Just not like a normal apple butter or because the last thing I canned was apple butter, but it was cranberry apple butter, which was real good.
Last thing I canned was that bulletproof gel.
No, you did chili.
And pineapple. Yeah, you're right.
I'm trying to think what I canned last. Oh, I did a picnic relish.
I want to try that spaghetti that your husband ate up.
All of it. All of it. I forgot to try it.
If you ever
that
find the honey glow pineapple, it's sweeter than the regular pineapple. It looks the same, but it's just ultra sweet.
Yeah. By the way, you need to go and watch my recall video because that's one of the pineapples that are on it.
Really?
Really?
I haven't gotten sick yet.
I think that did I, or was that the week before? I don't know. I'm getting as bad as Jeff.
Plus, we got all kinds of canned pineapple. I'm a pineapple lover. We didn't put pineapple on the ham though, because when I was a kid, they didn't have the honey glaze to put on the ham, so my mother always put pineapple on the ham.
You just glaze is easy. It's just sugar, basically brown sugar.
Hey,
well, you didn't know my mother.
You take a bottle of Coca-Cola, a whole can of pineapple, brown sugar, put it in there, let it cook all night long.
Or Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
I don't want it too sweet though, because
I wouldn't do it now though, Jeff. The way the pop is now. Yeah.
It's been a few years since I have done it, but
yeah, Coke used to be good.
Coca-Cola got so expensive. I figured name brand soda has doubled in price in 4 years.
Well, you can make your own brown sugar. That's easy. All you need is the
I'm just too cheap. I drink water and milk.
I drink a little soda every morning after my coffee.
Coffee and kombucha. Sorry about that. Yeah, coffee and kombucha. I will do.
Well, I've been doing the I don't even know what it's called. I seen it on TikTok, so I said I'll give it a try. Well, first I did research, see if it was any good. You just take I don't know, about 24 ounces of
You're
water,
frozen.
and you put a whole lemon, peel it and everything in a blender, start it up, and let it go for about 5 minutes, and drink it. I wouldn't
I've seen
suggest
that
Jeff
video.
do this, because the first 24 hours after I drank it, I could have swore Jeff was around, because I had some gas. It cleans out your, if you're bloated and stuff,
Mhm.
it gets rid of the bloat and everything in your gut.
When I
And it's good for immune system.
Lemon.
So
when I come to think of it, I have a few swigs of apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, that's good for your gut.
mhm.
I just
What I got in the other room's better.
I just can't stop apple cider vinegar. I rather get the probiotics through like a kombucha,
Yeah.
or but my one friend, she does a tablespoon of the apple cider vinegar.
Um,
It burns your mouth a little going down.
I was super
I
good for
got some clear.
Well,
I got some clear liquid in the other room that will clean you out all the way from the bottom of your throat to the bottom of your feet.
is it a moonshine?
I wasn't gonna say what it was. We up on Bushcraft channel.
I won't drink something unless I know what it is. But Jeff,
Hey, you better not come to the south end.
I used to go to the south every summer for 2 weeks, Richmond area.
Mate, I got one question for you. Okay, you spent a little time in the south. I think what last year it was. What was the best southern dish that you ate down here in this?
I haven't been to Virginia since probably '96.
Your
So
voice changed.
it's gonna. Well, here's the thing. When I was down south, I was staying with a Ukrainian family.
Okay.
I had Ukrainian food.
Ooh.
And it wasn't Southern food, or, but like, unfortunately, I can't answer your question, but I had the best Ukrainian food, like, ever.
Yeah.
So,
Could you name us one dish they ate out of curiosity? I've never had Ukrainian food.
so it was this dish, but they cooked it over like this. It almost looks like a iron pot, but it was round like a witch pot. Like, that's the only way I could put it. It was like round the whole.
Auburn.
And they cooked these vegetables and this meat and whatever, and then after they took it out, then they poured it over, and it was like a soup with meat and vegetables, and it was just, I don't know what they call it, but it was so flavorful, so tasty. That was probably my favorite meal.
That sounds good.
I mean, it was like they had it cooking especially for me, and I'm just saying, this pot looked like it was a cast iron. It took them both, husband and wife, to bring it in the house, and
Wow.
and I like, this thing is huge, but I mean, it was amazing.
What did they cook it on?
I don't know. It was a flight that I came in super late at night, so when I ate, it was probably like 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, so they just brought the pot in there. Oh, okay. Oh, that would have been weird, right? Big old witch's pot on the table.
It was different on the counter, and then they put it in a bowl, and then they set the bowl on the table. But it was very good, and they were very sweet and hospitable. Super hospitable. Yeah.
Well, look how big the cookware Granny used on the Beverly Hillbillies. Those pots were huge to cook a whole possum.
I tell you what. So I am gonna head out here because I'm so tired. But does anybody have any canning questions, real quick, before I head out?
What is on your agenda to can again coming up?
I have no idea.
That's where
Whatever
I'm
you
at. I want
want.
a can, but I'm like, I don't know what to can.
I know
I'm the same way.
do the staples for sure, like tomatoes, green beans, the staples for sure. Anything outside of that, I don't really know.
Mm.
I don't
And
know.
and then you're basically a canning channel, so I would think
Yeah.
trying to come up with something new is hard.
Yeah, and you're so right on that. Like, I don't really get a lot of high views unless I can like something rebel canning, and people are like, "Well, why don't you just continue rebel canning?" And I'm like, "Well, because I need it to be from a trusted source. And if I don't trust that source, I'm not going to put it on my channel. I don't care
Mhm.
what book it comes from. I don't care, what other person who may be doing it. If I don't know them personally and I haven't spoken with them and I don't know that it's tried and true, then I'm not going to do it.
Yeah,
What?
especially if you're showing other people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a trust factor there. I mean, yeah. So
Why do they call it canning when it's in a glass container?
huh?
Um,
Why is it called canning when the container you can stuff in is glass?
That's actually a really good.
It used to be metal, by the way.
It did
That,
used to be metal.
yeah.
Um, I don't know when we switched to glass either.
18 oh, because
Look,
I know this because I went to the summit last year,
okay,
and they had uh, the All American canner was there,
okay.
the head guy, and they had this display, and they talked about it all the time, and I still don't remember the date. I think it was 1860s or 70s, something like that, in that range. But they said before that, and they had the machine that pressed the cans together, or the lid onto the can and stuff, and they would put candy in it and then give it to the kids, the can,
Mhm.
which was horrible for them. And they, unfortunately, you would hear these cans banging on rocks because the kids was out there trying to get the candy out of it. But I could hear them doing the speech and everything because they said it over and over again. Because I was at the with Rebel Canner, Tammy. She was teaching people how to do milk and stuff. So I was over there at that booth, and I could hear them talking over there with the other bit. But I think it was 1860s in that area when they first started doing uh, the jars.
So you went to a canning festival, basically.
No, it was a food. It was all about food, and
Okay.
it. I'll be going again this year too. It's 2 days, um, and it's ran by Amish.
I'm gonna say, I'm like, I can't believe someone was, you know, canning milk, because I know that when I've gone to conventions, they're like, "Can you please make sure it's USDA?" And I'm like, "Sure, that's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
but that makes sense that you said the Amish."
yeah. Well, and they're my sponsor. They sponsor me with the product. It's Superb canning. They're doing jars now, which I have to do a video of that. But um, they put on the whole thing, and the story goes during the sickness thing that happened in 2020.
Mhm.
Lids, you couldn't get lids.
Yeah.
So his family's from the Amish land area, and he had a business that was making I forget what kind of part it was, but so he said, how hard would it be to make lids? So the Amish here had lids to can stuff. So he started making lids, and they actually have a kitchen there that you can go, and they try to make the lids fail. They'll over tighten. They'll put 60 pounds of pressure on tightening the lid down to try to get it to fail, and they have this whole chart of how many times they've done this and that, and the fail rating on it and everything. It's very cool to sit there and see it.
Troy Sutton wants to know, is it possible to can rhubarb?
Rhubarb?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Jelly?
Yeah.
Strawberry rhubarb jelly. That's
exactly what I was thinking. Strawberry jelly. But you
Bushcraft.
can.
Go ahead, make.
I mean, rhubarb by itself, I don't have a ton of experience with. I've always ever put it with something.
Yeah. A lot of sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember eating when I was a kid, I had a strawberry rhubarb pie, and I thought, oh, that was great. And my dad said, well, we got rhubarb growing out in the back. I was like, oh. And I went back there and started eating and trying to find a good one that tastes good. Found out that it actually make you sick, and I was sick for like 2 days.
Yeah,
Oh.
only certain parts you can eat. The roots, I guess.
No, you can eat the stem, but you need a lot of sugar. It doesn't taste good.
Really.
It's so tart.
Yeah.
So, real quick, Regina S. has a question. Do you mind if I answer her question quick?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to read that off.
Thank you. She says, I have not canned food. What is the best method of canning? Method of canning is best to start learning. So honestly, I'm going to be honest. If you have never canned before and you have no experience, I suggest canning by USDA standards. So get yourself like the ball canning book, or you can go online. It's completely free, called the National Center of Home Food Preservation. And you can actually download their book, or you can buy their book, or you can just learn on the website. And it's 100% free. The book may not be free, but the website is. You can do that.
Or you can go there too.
That
lady knows a little bit about canning.
Yeah, like ball books are great for that because they give you a lot of pictures in their books. I think it's the complete book of preservation by the Ball Company. That was the first book I bought, and I taught myself a lot. And you can trust the recipes and gain confidence and do those types of recipes. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, bushcraft. When I was a teenager, I remember kids talking about lids, but it didn't have to do with canning. Hey, it's nice to have a lady on the show once in a while.
Yeah, I think.
You.
I think the first thing I did was green beans.
Oh, my beans came up yesterday.
First thing I done was corn.
Corn?
Yep. I shoved that sucker off the cob.
I was never a fan of canning corn. I mean, it's okay, but usually I'll put it in a bag and put it in the freezer.
Yeah.
Well, from what I was told, canning corn is more dangerous than anything else because it can go rancid quicker.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I would just cut it off the cob, put it in the freezer like Bushcraft said.
Well, I always forget their name. Come on, Jeff.
Vineyard Chicks.
No, down there with you.
Up the mountain. True Grit.
Yeah, True Grit. They just put it, the cob and everything, and put it in the. They wrap it up and then put it in the freezer, cob and everything, and then when they're ready to eat it, they cook it up.
Yeah, but that takes up too much space. With the cob, if you want to have your freezer full of food, you got to look at it like having the corn in there with the cob. That's less space.
Well, it depends. If you want corn on the cob, you can't very well put the corn back on the cob. So, yeah, but far as I know, they do it both ways too. So,
and I don't grow much corn anymore because I can get way more zucchini, squash, or cucumber for the area the corn takes up. Plus, around here, if you don't spray some kind of pesticide on the corn, you're gonna have worms in all the ears.
I never had that issue.
I mean, a little worm. Are the worms all over your corn, or are they just on the top where the silks are?
They start on the top where the silk is, and they work their way down into the cob.
Well, that's the sweet corn.
Yeah.
Little
worm hurt anybody.
Yeah, those are usually the best cobs on the stock, is the ones with the worm.
Plus, my wife isn't a corn eater. That's why I'm growing eggplant this year.
Have you ever ate any field corn?
That's all they ever had years ago when my dad was a kid growing up. He said people are crazy only, wanting the white corn. All the corn, before they started having all these hybrids, all the corn that was consumed was cow corn, which is field corn.
Well, if you get it early enough, it's just as good as the sweet corn.
Yeah. You figure they want to get,
but I like my sweet corn too.
I figure they let it get tough because for the cows and chickens to chew it.
I got I always get Silver Queen. That's what my dad got from. Well, if I could get the corn my grandpa grown, that would have been, because he made his own somehow. I don't know how he did it, but
wow,
that was the best corn I ever ate.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Bye.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
It was nice to meet you. You take care.
Nice to meet you too. Bye.
Bye.
You got to get more lady guests on the show like her. Very knowledgeable.
You scare them all away, Jim. Oh, if I done it like at 5 o'clock or something, more would come up. Because I've had Gail's been up here, Tammy's been up here. Well, a couple Tammys, a few Heathers.
I hope she reads that email I sent her.
Who else was on earlier?
What?
Wonder what Eric's up to.
I don't know. He's probably busy.
Probably in the bed.
No, he didn't go to bed too early.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not even seeing him in chat tonight.
Are you a late night owl, Jeff?
I get into bed between 12 and 1. Depending on what's good on TV.
Well, there's not a whole lot good on TV anymore.
I've just been watching old. I'll go through the series, and
Yeah.
for some odd reason, I've been watching 24.
Damn, you have gone back in years, ain't you?
Oh, that's not that old. That's early 2000.
2000s, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought it was
I'm starting to get
yeah.
tired of him yelling at every little thing.
I don't know. I watched. I just like watching action movies, or
Yeah.
I can't get angry TV because you got to pay for it. And you know, the show I was wanting to watch, I can't watch it, so I do away with that one. It's I I can't say, but
Hey,
I
Penny.
watch on Netflix or something like that.
Did you ever watch Doctor Who, the original?
Yeah, she really is. Doctor Who is now a Disney product.
No, I mean the old stuff.
Yes,
Like,
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
yeah.
Yeah,
but
Doctor
you
Who
can't
is
see the old stuff.
and well, and I don't have anything against women or anything, but I just didn't. I couldn't get into last season, which I'm
Same
still
here.
thinking it's the same one. It was a woman Doctor Who,
She did 3 seasons. Yep.
and
Same
I
here.
don't, and I don't think it's just because it's a woman. I think it's just because I just, I didn't. She didn't seem like Doctor Who-ish, if
Yep.
that makes sense. It's like NCIS,
Yeah.
Abby. Since Abby
Okay.
left, that part of the show I just don't like anymore. It's
It ain't the same.
it's not the same. They get, or Gibbs is not there no more. It's
He ain't.
nope.
That's right.
I think
He
for
left
2 or
before
3
Abby.
seasons now he left, and the guy he's just, he brings in dessert and that's about all he does.
Well, you look at it like this. What was it? Walking Dead. After what's his name got killed, I've not seen it since. It ain't the same.
Which guy? There's a lot of people got killed.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about the sheriff, the one that started.
Oh, he didn't get killed. Oh,
No, he didn't get killed. Well, he didn't disintegrate, but they took him off for a long time.
oh yeah,
And
yeah.
then brought
He
him back, but still, it wasn't the same. And I don't think I've seen a one since then.
I haven't watched the new one where they go to Manhattan or New York or whatever it is, because you had to pay for those ones. But you can still watch them now. But yeah, I know a lot of people stopped watching it after Glenn died.
Look there, most of the newer shows on TV, there's no moral to the story. Like stuff when we were kids.
Mm-mm.
Well, the thing is, we've seen all the morals to the story. You can almost watch a movie for 5 minutes. Oh, he did it. He's going to die
Yeah.
next, and let's leave.
And I wonder how many people that watch movies or TV shows are rooting for the bad people over the good guy.
Oh, quite a bit.
More than you think.
Yeah.
Hell, I used to root for the bad people. I mean, come on, think about it. When you was a boy, about 7, 8 years old, and went to the theater and watched the Western, and the guy is running after an outlaw, but yet he gets knocked off of his horse by a tree limb. You would think the next time you go to the movies, he would duck when he goes under that tree limb.
My parents never took us to the movies. The only movie I saw as a kid, and I fell asleep right when it began, was The Sound of Music. When I was like 5
Yep.
years old.
That was a good movie to fall asleep on through.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
That was a good one.
Yep. It's a shame he's gone.
Yeah, it is.
And you notice when somebody like that dies, their movies pop up all of a sudden. They start putting them on the front page or the advertising things or whatever.
I may have seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and I didn't like it.
Why not? I like the car.
Well, I wasn't really, when I was a kid, I wasn't really into a lot of this kid stuff, the shows. I was content watching Tom and Jerry.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you like watching Porky's or something.
No.
Hey. Revenge of the Nerds with Lassie.
I remember the TV show Lassie in reruns.
I remember sneaking in to watch the first Friday the 13th.
Me and the wife was dating. We snuck in and watched Superman, the very first Superman movie, Christopher Reeves.
Yeah.
And that was at the drive-in.
Those were the best ones, the ones he was in, I thought.
Yeah, I always liked Val Kilmer.
I don't like how in one of the remakes, Batman kills Superman.
Well, that was a comic, though. That was a true thing in the
Hey,
DC
Harvest
universe.
And Val Kilmer did good. The movie,
Batman didn't kill him.
yeah, but the movie Val Kilmer portrayed Jim Morrison. That was one of his best works.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
You haven't seen The Doors?
No.
Oh man, that was because I was always a Doors fan, even though it wasn't my time period. But I always liked the Doors. I used to have bootleg tapes, cassettes of the Doors. The L.A. concert that he did, where he made up the Dead Cats song. I used to have the bootleg of that, in which I really wish I had that now. Yeah, Real Genius with the popcorn.
And you figure when he was on the Ed Sullivan show, he had promised Ed Sullivan he wasn't going to say much higher, and he said it anyways.
Yeah. Well, he did a couple other things that wasn't meant for TV either.
Quite a few things.
That's why he didn't get to go back on that show either.
Yeah, because he said afterwards, I already did the Ed Sullivan show. And just think of the Rolling Stones couldn't say spend the night together, spend some time together. And I think the Mamas and Papas, they had to change the lyrics because they said, and going to California, they couldn't say pretend to pray.
What rock group was it? Their album got recalled because they put real pantyhose in them.
In them?
Yep.
I don't know.
In the LPs. It was in the LPs. It was before disc come out. I want to say it was Van Halen. I may be wrong with that.
Let's search.
But there was a group that had their album recalled because they put real pantyhose in there.
But see, why would they recall it just because there were pantyhose in there?
For their timeline and everything, it was inappropriate for youngins to get stuff like that.
I don't. Nothing's popping up.
May not have said it right, worded it right. Now, Ozzy Osbourne, when he bit the head off the bat, okay, he stated that he thought it was a rubber bat. And he reached down, and when he bit the head off of it, he realized it was a live one. And he ran with that.
It's a wonder he didn't get COVID from that.
Shit, they didn't have it back then.
And you figure a bat's like a mouse with wings on it.
Well,
Yeah, I
now,
never seen
squirrel
that
is
one,
like I'll have to ask around. But like I said, I'm thinking it was pantyhose. It may have been something else.
Well, what else, what are they? What's the other word they use for pantyhose?
I couldn't tell you.
Stockings.
Stop. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that it? Maybe I have to say that.
I remember before nurses were allowed to wear scrubs and they still had to wear their caps at the office. My wife having a fit, she had to put pantyhose on to wear the nurse's uniform. Because it'd be inappropriate for a nurse to have pantyhose.
Try knee highs.
Well, she wears scrubs now.
No, there's pictures of one of, but not pantyhose in the album.
I mean, I imagine these things would be uncomfortable, though.
Well, you think about there were back in the 70s and 80s, there was a lot of albums recalled on account of people were putting stuff in them. I'll have to ask around. It may be something else.
Yeah.
That,
Nylons.
Yeah, I just now saw that.
check my previous post.
And I never go around asking women if they like wearing pantyhose.
School's out. Okay. Oh yeah, I've seen it now. Yeah, because I couldn't find anything for pantyhose.
Okay.
Maybe that was the one that got recalled, or did they even call it
70.
recalled back then?
Another reason men shouldn't be wearing dresses because of the pantyhose.
Damn, y'all still bringing that shit up. That's old school. Penny says nylons. But I think
Oh yeah,
we
that's
found-
another word for them, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, pantyhose come out in the during the World War II. I think.
I have no idea.
Ask Jim. He should know.
I wasn't alive back then. Yeah, Joe Namath did wear pantyhose for a commercial.
He also wore them while playing football when during the cold weather. He admitted to that.
Pantyhose were invented in the late 1950s and first went on sale in 1959. And
What was the point of wearing them? To keep your legs warm when it was cold, or?
Yeah.
to cover up all the hairs.
Yeah, some of them women really needed about 3 or 4 pair back then.
Well, said something in the mid 60s, popularity with the pantyhose rose of the because of the mini skirt.
Yeah, I like the mini skirts. They were cute.
Every mini skirt I saw wasn't rose. Are you washing clothes or drying clothes, Jim?
No, I'm just getting a drink of water in the kitchen.
Okay. So I had to search this up. Why did women wear pantyhoses or pantyhose? I guess for fashion and to preserve modesty.
I didn't think they had modesty back then.
Well,
Wait a minute, I'm wrong.
really?
They had it,
Compared to
and
that
they
now?
don't have it. Yeah. See, I was rearranging it, but you cut me off before I finished.
I wasn't making it. I walked in the kitchen, Jeff, when you asked if I was making noise. No washer or
Well,
dryer.
it was something banging. I don't know where it was coming from.
I hear a noise now. I don't think Streamlabs on a party line, chat.
Huh?
No, it ain't.
That's Jeff's
Scanner.
Walmart announcer in the back.
No, it ain't no damn Walmart scanner.
Kmart then.
It ain't Kmart. Amazon.
Amazon.
Oh, let me tell you something. I got a push mower. I got out there, got to messing with it and put gas in it. And it leaked really bad. The gas tank had a crack in it around the seam. Well, there ain't no fixing it. So I got up on the Amazon and I ordered 2 by mistake.
2 gas tanks?
I got the first one and it worked. The second one came in about a week later. I'm going to send it back. All right, so I got in touch with Amazon and told them I'm sending it back. I opened it up, but never installed it. They sent me an email back saying, well, you can send it back, but we ain't giving you your money back.
How much was the gas tank?
If you go to a lawnmower place, it was about $100.
Wow.
Amazon, that one was $31.
You gotta watch what you do. I bought these spring clips to put on my one of my weightlifting bars. It said it fit a 1-inch bar. Guess what? It won't fit a 1-inch bar. It wasn't worth the nonsense trying to send it back to the third person through Walmart because it was only like $6.70.
Did you get the? Because I heard you talk about Temu and stuff before, or Temu.
No, I got it from Walmart.
They sent out a thing saying that their prices will go up since
Tariffs.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm going to take that gas tank up the road and try to sell it to them for $30. So he can somebody else $100.
I bought a Sonicare replacement handle toothbrush from AliExpress for like $23.70, and I got 64 replacement toothbrush heads for it was less than $10.
Damn.
You buy the Sonicare ones in the store, and it's like $27 for 2 of them. And the generic ones, you never know what you're getting till they don't even have the generic ones in stock at Walmart around here.
Yeah.
Then you could buy some online from Walmart, and some are just extra soft, and they don't last too long at all. I mean, I hate buying stuff online. It's hit or miss. You don't realize what you're getting until it comes in the mailbox.
And pray to God. Look, I found out the hard way. If you order clothes from Tamu, or whatever, go at least 2 sizes larger
Oh
than
yeah.
what you want.
Well,
Because them Chinese people are small to begin with.
yeah, I got some. This company was sending me some. They're actually bushcraft pants. It's for going out in the woods and all
Right.
that stuff. It has pockets like everywhere, but so I asked for 34s waist, and when I got them, I barely get my legs in them. I'm like, what the heck? I checked the label again. It said 34, and I told them that they were too small, and they said, what size did you order? I said 34, but they're not 34s because they're not even close. And I got the tape measure out and measured it, and they were only like 30s.
And you notice
in American or whatever you call it. So I had never wore them. I didn't do a review on them because how am I going to do a review on something I can't put on? And
Right.
I just put them on the other day and they fit good.
you noticed on those on the places from China, Temu, and AliExpress, there's no inseam. It's just the waist size. You can't find an inseam. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I've done lost a lot of weight now. Instead of wearing a size 46, I'm down to a 38.
Plus, I may have told you a few years ago, I bought these fill folders online from Walmart from a third-person seller, and it has all the chainsaw brands they fit. Well, it doesn't fit mine unless I would take the hose that goes to the carburetor and make it smaller. I mean, I've gotten stuck with 2 things now from Walmart.
Yeah, if you go in and buy something in Walmart and say, "Oh, I would take it back and got the wrong one or something," they don't do refunds unless it's broke or something, and then you have to get a replacement.
Yep. Shit, I remember when Walmart would take stuff back from Kmart.
Walmart's gone downhill. You can't get Retala T1 10 to be 30 diesel motor oil there. You can get What, Jeff?
Let me tell you something. I don't know if y'all watch this lady or not. Squirrel Tribe. That's her channel. Today, I watched one of her, in which we have talked about this in the past, but I didn't realize it was this close. Not Walmart. What's the other one that Walmart's got? I can't think of it, but it's a sideline from Walmart. They are doing away with all their cashiers, even Sam's Club is doing this. They're doing away with all of the cashiers and the self-registers. What they are doing is like they're putting up a thing. When you walk through the door, it's going to scan you. But when you put items in your buggy,
it rings up.
Yeah, it rings it up right there. And when you walk through that, it will tell you if you missed an item or not.
Well, it's an app that's on your phone.
No. This one's different. This one is totally different from that. Because as soon as you put it in your buggy, somehow or another, the buggy has got barcodes on it and everything else. When it goes in that buggy, it don't get paid for right yet.
No,
Okay.
it rings it up.
Hold on. When you walk through this thing, that's when it rings everything up in your buggy
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
And then you'll get a receipt on the other side of it. It's not a scan and go. It's nothing like that.
No, it's an app that as soon as you walk through,
Yeah,
it picks it up, and then the cart, whenever you put something in it, it rings it up, and then you go back through, and it charges you. But
right. Okay.
they're still having issues with. Well, there's some stores that are already using it, but
Right. And Target is fixing to do this also.
yeah. Right now,
And
Walmart,
then,
you can actually use your app if you're a member, and you can ring the stuff up and just leave because it'll automatically charge you.
deduct it from your paycheck. Yeah.
Well, whatever card's on file.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I never use that thing though.
it's just another way to control your money. That's all it is.
Well, even the stuff that you get there, you have to watch.
Yeah.
Everything.
Now, let me say this right here. Dollar General and Family Dollar is real good about doing this. And I did not realize this until I saw this. Go to Dollar General. A 1 pound box of spaghetti is $1. Okay. Same name brand, a 2 pound box of spaghetti is $2.40 some cents. So why not get 2 1 pound boxes for $2? That's misleading.
Okay, Walmart's website has almost become useless for in store. I've looked on their website, and it says they have Hanes pocket T-shirts in stock, and the store doesn't have them. Or I've gone to the store. I've given up. The only way you're going to know what's in Walmart is to go there in person.
Yeah, it's because somebody isn't stocking the shelves.
Well, my wife got me some port wine cheese spread because I wanted some, and it said it's in aisle 32. Well, no, aisle 34, and there's no aisle 34 in the store. Stuff.
That's the back room.
Okay, how many do y'all remember when Walmart would have a certain price on the shelf, but yet when you get up to ring it up, it come up to another price? Now they are turning the viewer thing away from the customers where they can't see it.
And all the price check things at the store near us don't work.
Hell, they took them out up here.
That's what the cell phone's for.
Exactly.
There's no need for those because everybody carries cell phones, except for Jim.
Well,
then I noticed looking online, when I was at the one Walmart, a different one in Harleysville in January, because every winter they have, men's pocket T-shirts clearance. Most of what they had in the store were extra small. And it's probably for the people coming across the border.
Look, for me, it's like I cannot stand for my clothes to be tight, period. All right. I can wear, let's say, a large, okay? That'd fit me. But when I go buy T-shirts, I buy a XXX. I'm comfortable in them. You know how hard it is to find a XXX T-shirt at Walmart?
Well, I'll tell you this: the Gildon and the Hanes double X fit me, but for Fruit of the Loom, 2X is just a hair tight.
Well, I won't deny that. Different clothes is made different. I mean, one name brand may fit you to the T. You go somewhere else, buy the same size, it's either going to be too tight or it's going to be too big.
I miss Kmart when they had the basic editions men's clothing. The sizes were always uniform. You figure it's almost impossible to buy a winter coat, a sweatshirt in this country that is not made in China. And I noticed
what can you buy here that's not made in China anymore? Everything we get is made overseas, just about.
Superb canning lids and jars.
But that's not on regular store shelves.
It is. It is. A lot of stores. They're a lot of different stores now are starting to carry them.
Starting to.
Yeah. I mean, they're what, 4 years old, 3 or 4 years old.
Now, as soon as they get here, I'll start buying them. Okay, plain simple. But until they get here, I either got to go with 4 jars or go to Walmart and get canning jars with lids.
You can do it online.
Well,
and if you use my code, you get 10% off.
Now, I had a whole case of quart jars gave to me, tops and everything. Okay. They wasn't even a year old yet. I forgot what it was I canned. 3 of them did not seal.
Jeff, when we went to Ollie's Outlet a few weeks ago, and I saw canning jar lids, just the lids.
Man, you know how long it's been since I've been to Ollie's around Christmas time. I mean, look, we live in a city or a communion or whatever the hell you want to call it. Our closest town, if we really truly want anything, is about a 45-minute drive one way. Okay? That's the reason when we go to town, we do it once a month. That's when we get paid. We go to town, we buy a few groceries, we pay bills, our ass comes back home. Period. That's it. Now, if we had a job, oh hell, we'd be going to town practically 2-3 times a week. You know, like that. But money is not easy to come by like it used to be.
Good night, Dana B. Yeah, I'm getting ready to end it here.
But, you know, once you start drawing what the government gives you, what you used to have before the government gives you is gone. Because you got to get everything in order to survive.
Hey, around here, my wife will go shopping on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday morning for groceries. She'll stop at the Acme, Giant, Weiss, Aldi, every week. Once in a while, Lidl. They're all within a few miles.
But the key word is y'all get paid every week or every 2 weeks. Am I correct with that?
Well, I only make my main income 1 month out of the year.
No. Let me rephrase that. Your household has got a paycheck coming in, either weekly or bi-weekly. Am I right?
Only my wife's.
And that ain't what I said. I said your household has an income coming in. My house only has got income coming in once a month. The time we get through paying bills, we lucky if we got $20 left between the two of us.
But then you got to remember, Jeff, I'm semi-retired.
But you're working.
I'm working, and I won't make any money off the trees I plant for like 7 to 8 years.
Okay. But your wife is bringing in a paycheck.
Yeah, she gets paid every 2 weeks.
Okay, bi-weekly. You've got 2 checks a month coming in. I guarantee you one of your paychecks is more than what me or my wife makes.
Grace, do you drink Red Bull?
You might start out.
Or was that for your son?
Isn't it an energy drink with a lot of caffeine?
Not caffeine, but yeah, it's an energy drink.
What's in it? Is it the sugar that gives you the energy?
A lot of stuff I can't pronounce.
And there's a lot, and there's one in particular you better not pronounce. Read the ingredients on it. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Grace running around the house, Red Bull in her.
Lester, I damn near know where you come from, okay? Because for 2 years, I couldn't work. They would not let me work. And there was one check coming in. And it's hard for any red-blooded person to sit at home knowing that you could go to work, come home, and, help take care of the house. And when something like that happens, it hurts your ego, your pride, and everything else. Looking at your wife, the impression that she don't want to go to work, but she has to. She can't miss a paycheck. It makes a person think, what's the point of even being here? I'm leaving that alone from here on out.
Yeah, trying to $900 a month for 3 people is not that much, and paying bills on top of it, or trying to pay bills.
Now, yeah. 15 years ago, $900. That was great.
Yeah.
That was 15 years ago. Now, fast forward to this day and time, $900, that won't even hardly buy you weeks worth of groceries, gas to get back and forth to work on in one bill. It's gone.
Yeah. We finally got rid of the extra person here because he was not a good house guest. I'll leave it at that.
I ain't heard about that one.
Yeah, I tried helping somebody out and it backfired on me, and I hardly have enough money for myself trying than taking care of 2 extra people. It wasn't getting anywhere.
Well, you always hear of bad stories about letting your relatives come and stay with you, how they're going to use you and everything like that. I can honestly say my brother stayed with us for about 6 months. I told him, just pay half and that's it. No problem. Not whatsoever. And seeing as how I'm on disability, I can't talk because you never know, they could be listening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, helping out with bills or food is one thing, but not doing anything, not helping clean or picking dishes up or putting a empty wrapper in a trash can is too much work. Yeah.
Well, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. The only way nowadays that a person can live off of $900 a month is live in a tent in the woods somewhere.
I would rather live in the woods by myself. I wouldn't live in a tent though. I'd build something.
You want to have
Yeah,
internet, would you?
who cares? Who cares? I mean, look at it like that. If it wasn't for my wife, that's exactly where I'd be.
Well, yeah, but there's
I
a
don't know.
difference from living in a tent in North Carolina and living in a tent in Ohio.
Well, yeah, I give that to you.
Yeah.
But the point of the matter is, I don't know how long I'd be living in the woods, but I think I would be happier because no bills, you know.
Well, look how the Indians did it. They lived in teepees.
Well, teepees are a little bit better than tents nowadays. Well, a lot better actually, but they were well insulated teepees.
Yes, they was. Okay, Jim, how many poles does a official TP take?
I have no idea. Never.
All of them.
Takes 13. 13 poles. And if I remember correctly, they got to be about 13 to 15 foot. I mean, well, yeah.
What was the diameter of those teepees?
However big you wanted them.
Well, it depends on because they had just like nowadays, small families would have small teepees. Rich or not richer, but higher up in the chain, they would have the big ones where everybody would set in and whatnot.
Didn't they even cook food in them and have fires in them?
Well, that's how they have to be so tall because if they were short little things, that the hide would catch fire in the poles.
Now, I always thought, how could they cook and build fires in them things and the smoke not run them out?
There's a hole at the top.
Yeah, there is a hole. But on the inside, there is also cloth going around. There's about, 8 foot. Okay. That goes up because you got air which is coming in from the bottom of the teepee going to the other one that's drawing all that smoke out.
That was usually by the door.
No, that's all the way around.
No,
if you will look,
I've been in them.
Okay, if you'll remember, at the bottom of the teepee, there's about 2 or 3 inch gap from the cloth to the ground.
Only by the door, because they don't want air coming in from all directions. They only have to have it in one spot where the door flopped over. There was a gap to suck in air through there, and that's why nobody slept by the door. Or
that's where the other cloth come in at, is to stop it. But yet, it drew the smoke out to where it didn't fill the teepee up.
Yeah. And they hold the heat. I mean, well, this is in New Mexico, so it didn't get really cold, but it was in the 30s when I was in one. Because my friend would invite me on the reservation, and there are still people that live in teepees.
Yeah.
Well, at that time, I don't know now, but we stayed, and I thought it was cool as heck. And he hated it. He said, "I'd rather be in a bed." And I loved it. There was fur. You didn't see the ground because it was all covered with hides and furs and stuff.
Tasha, yes, we have farmers markets here where we live at, but normally they're higher than a grocery store.
Well, actually, around here, if somebody has a farmer's market, they get the food from Lancaster. And my wife stopped at one a couple of years ago. They wanted like $6 for a dozen ears of corn. See? That's a lot, 50 cents an ear.
That's what I'm saying.
Now there are people that set up places that are on food stamps, and they'll go to Walmart and buy a bunch of tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff, and they'll turn it around and sell it. How they don't get in trouble, I don't know.
I know a guy that used to farm around here, and he lost the ground because they put a school in it. He ran into the ground. Well, he grows tomatoes in a greenhouse, and just looking at prices, because I haven't talked to the guy in a decade. People buy this stuff because it's fresh grown. He's getting like $2.50, $3 a pound for tomatoes in the summer. And you can get them at the grocery store for $1 a pound.
Look, I don't care where you go. You can tell the difference from a homegrown tomato and a store-bought tomato just as soon as you cut into it.
Oh, yeah.
Like Tasha said, the good people get punished.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's going on 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Yep. I still haven't ate yet for today.
I've been up since 1:30. I'm getting tired. Damn, where are you? And summer ain't even got here yet. I'm going to have to do something. These damn ants are worse this year than they ever been.
Oh yeah, they've already been in my house already.
Man, I don't think they left my house.
Now, I want everybody to, well, if you're rewatching this and you get to this spot in the video, I want everybody to comment on this video. Tell Jeff to go live Thursday.
It's going to be on Hump Day. Why Thursday?
Well, that's when you used to go. Was Thursday?
I used to go on Wednesday.
Well, you did go Thursday, and then we switched to Wednesday when I switched to Monday.
It's to the point I don't know when anybody's going live except for 101's been reliable for Saturdays for a few weeks in a row. Because usually go live Friday.
I didn't.
No, Bushcraft did.
Yeah, I didn't go live Friday.
This Friday, but you had the past few Fridays.
Yeah, last Friday I didn't go. I was too tired.
I don't blame you. You know what I did today? All I did was sit on the charger and word it till.
Tasha wants to know, what was that again, Bushcraft? And look, I want everybody to go to Make It Make channel and tell them Bushy Bear sent y'all.
Does she do many live streams or just videos of?
Every once in a while,
Nah,
she'll do a live, but not like we do.
I was
No,
surprised that she's from Lancaster.
I think she's done 2 lives since I've known her.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I've been knowing her, since 2020? Something like
Well,
that.
when she first, I think it was about 2021 though.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
she was quite friendly, and she's a good listener too.
Oh yeah, she's super nice.
She's one of the sweetest ladies I know of up on YouTube. I sent
Yeah.
one up.
Yeah, and if somebody attacks her channel, I'm going to be pissed because she seems like a nice young woman.
Look,
It's normal. And again, like I said, certain things really tick people off, especially canning.
it does. It does.
Why? Why does canning?
I don't know. It's like when I do a bug out bag, I might just do one just to,
Do it.
because I really like going through it, which I haven't been through my bug out bag in a long time, and I probably should update it because I
But-
actually carry food in it.
Well, I've told a friend of mine that smokes, venison. You ought to do a video on that. And he said, I have no interest. I said, why? This is like 4 years ago. He said, because there'll be too many critics.
Oh,
Exactly.
that's life.
That's
Now,
probably how it is with food preparing.
I'll put it to you like this. As long as I've been knowing Make It Make, I have never, ever heard her use one bad word.
Oh yeah.
She seems like a very calm person.
She is.
Yeah.
I mean, I got nothing bad to say about her. Everything that's going to come out of my mouth is going to be good. Plain
Yeah.
simple.
I remember when she came on my channel the first time. I interviewed her, and she was worried about, because, well, 101.
Yeah.
And she wanted to, and she didn't want to do politics and stuff. And I said, well, I'm not going to do politics and stuff. I'm just going to ask you questions about canning and stuff like that. And she said, oh, that's good.
Well, see, when she come up on my channel, she asked the same thing. And I said, I'm coming up, I'm bringing you up to interview you. It's mainly going to be your show. You just going to answer questions that people from chat are asking.
Mm-hmm.
Won't be no politics. And she said, okay, that's great. And
I know people, Jeff, they don't want to discuss anything political or religious.
I agree. I agree, because
I don't see anything wrong with it either.
Yeah, I agree. It's like on political, I'll talk to anyone about any subject.
Where would that come
Well, I like this right
from?
here.
Oh, there it goes.
Depending on who I'm going to interview, it's mainly going to depend on what we're not going to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it.
Because I want to treat that person with respect. If they don't want to talk politics, we're not talking politics. If she won't, or not she, but if they want to talk religion, I'll go as far as my knowledge and let me go with that.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that make smart a lot, that was a good sign. Maybe she'll be back sometime.
Yeah.
I like meeting knowledgeable women.
Yeah. I keep another Heather, needy homesteader. She's been getting her legs wet a little bit with doing lives now. She's doing lives with her daughter, doing coloring and stuff. So I should be able. Well, she already said she would come up on do a live with me.
I
So,
wonder if Make and Heather know one another or know of one another.
oh yeah, they um, make knows about uh, the
Heather.
needy homesteader.
Well, why don't you sit there and try to have both of them up at the same time?
You know, I tried to get multiple canners up at the same time, and I couldn't get everybody at the same time.
You know, if you give them a far enough notice, those two, you might be able to get them both up at the same time.
Well, see, that's I've been I've been talking to both of them and Rebel Canners. I want to do some sort of a collab. Um, of course, canning.
Yeah.
Um, and but that's the thing. That's why I was trying. What and like if I make a video of canning beans, you don't get any views. Now I made the the monkey butter. I got a lot of views on that because what the heck's monkey butter? Everybody has to click on it, see what it is.
Exactly.
And that's the kind of thing you want, but I don't know.
Damn, I would get a lot of views on ballistic gel.
Yeah.
But why don't you just talk to them? Give them about a month heads up just to see what they would say.
Well, I'd already talked to Make It Make already, and she's already kind of agreed to doing a collab.
Okay.
But
It's
she's got
a little bit
113
different with
followers.
the needy homesteader. She needs more prep time and stuff.
Okay, what about the other ones you was talking about earlier?
Rebel Canner.
Yeah.
I'd have to certain days that she could go live. Well, if I did a live together with all of them,
Like I said,
she goes live on Monday the same time I go live, so that doesn't work. And I think she's only available on Thursdays.
well, okay. Talk to Make It Make, see if she can do a live on Thursday, and what date could she do one, and then set it up with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. I call them rice seeds. Throw the rice back at them if you catch my meaning.
Hey, she sure has a lot of recipes. Canned nacho cheese, Amish canned nacho cheese.
Yeah, she does a lot of the Amish.
That's right. Jim's never seen her channel. She's got quite a few channels.
I'll tell you, if she invited somebody over to her house for snacks, it'd be probably quite tasty.
Well, her friend there, when they were doing the barbecue.
Yeah.
Go watch that one. That one's funny.
And her same friend, they also done a canning thing together. It was a couple months before that one, but yeah, they hooped them two together.
Yeah, I didn't watch the 4 jars one. I have a sponsor myself, so I can't. But
you can still go watch.
Yeah, that's why I said if we do a collab or anything, I'm sure she'll be doing her 4 jars, and I'll be doing the superb jars and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's they shouldn't interfere, that type of thing, because I forget what kind of jar she does now. She does ball jars and lids.
Yeah, she does. Oh, make it make.
No, the Needy Homesteader. Now I know what jars or lids Rebel Canner does because she's sponsored. That's who got me sponsored by Superb.
Well, I do know
Which I have
that the lids you're getting from Walmart now are not as good as what they used to be.
Oh no, they're
Vouch for that in a heartbeat.
the metal's not even made in the United States. It's recycled metal from India.
Yeah.
That's what the ball jar lids are made out of. The rings are totally different metal. That's why when you leave the ring and a lid on, you'll get rust and stuff. It's because it's two different metals.
Dude, that recycled metal, you got to be careful with because even though it's recycled, they can't get all the impurities out of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
That's the
Well,
problem.
it's like this. Before I really get into canning again, I'm going to break down, and I've thought about going with 4 jars, lids, wide mouth and regular. But I'll do 4 jars and one that you're sponsoring just to see which one I like.
Well, mine's made in the United States.
I would love to know. Okay, it mentions she used to be in the electrical field. I wonder what she did. That'd be a good conversation.
Okay, guys, I gotta shut this down. It's 11 o'clock.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'll be going live this week, so hopefully we can get Jeff to go live this week.
Well, now, if I do decide to go live, are you coming up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Again, thanks everybody for hanging out, and yeah, like Jeff said, everybody go over to Make It Makes and say the Bushy Bear sent you. Everybody have a good week.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.